look at it, it's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us on a Wednesday. Happy Hump Day. Halfway through the week, I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, Sean Combs is in jail for a reason, and 50 Cent wants to make sure you know every single reason why he is there in the first place. That is coming up in my streaming corner. That has been fun to watch. Sometimes horrifying, but sometimes fun. Chelsea, what's going on this week in Nashville? Is it nice? Do you have any big plans? This weather is bumming me out. I like cold weather. Man, it's like super cold here. I'll be happy when I can sit in front of my TV and enjoy the warmth of the Yule log in a blanket. Like I actually have a fireplace. I'm looking forward to that because that's coming up, and I'm really looking forward to that. But generally, I like the cold. I don't know why. It's having a different effect on me this year. Where this time I'm like, I don't know how I feel about it this time around. Maybe it's because I keep spilling coffee on myself and standing outside for minutes at a time waiting for my computer to come back after I leave it in a lift. Maybe it's my own fault. I mean, that's it.
For minutes at a time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's seasonal depression season, which I think really kicks in January.
Mm.
But for me, it's less about the cold and it's more about what the sky looks like. I don't know if it's like this in DC, but in the winter, it's just gray skies to where it's this like haze where you're like, is there even a blue sky like in the stratosphere? Like, where did it go? Like, I don't understand how the sky is just one big cloud. Does the sky look like that in DC or is it just here?
It's definitely overcast, just kind of gray a little bit.
Yeah.
You know,
it's depressing.
The sun's poking through. It looks like it's Antarctica, which I know that's it's being so hyperbolic, so dramatic. Yes.
It's 45 degrees.
You definitely are living in Antarctica, you moron. Do you know, sometimes they'll show like a wide shot and it's gray and it's cold and the wind's blowing. You just kind of see the sun poking through the clouds. Our producer Anna and I were walking around Ashburn the other day and I was like, God, look at this. This is like, I think I said this is like the North Pole. And I was like, never mind. It's not like the North Pole. Anyway, it's just a little, it's a little depressing. I generally like it, but I need to absorb it because when the summertime comes, then I'm just going to be someone burning, the sun burning through my skin. And I hate that. So I'll get it together soon enough.
It sounds like we need to do a roast of every season. Like why we hate every single season. Like winter, more like seasonal depression. The sky is gray. It's cold. You can't feel your toes and your fingers. You got to wear a beanie. And then we'll roast summer next. So Jenks, I know you hate summer.
I'm telling you, I'm not angry, but I got to send out an email because when I do the Commanders pregame at the stadium, and they have me outdoors, which normally I don't mind. I have this little booth, and I'm there in what's called Legends Plaza, and they have bands, they have live music, people gather, they get food and drink, whatever, and it's fun, but there's no heater in there. So the last time I was out there, I'm just sitting there in like this freezing trailer. It's just like a small trailer. It was in the 30s. It wasn't the worst, but after the second hour, I was like, I can't feel my right foot. Like, I had to pull off my shoe, and I'm like, this is so dumb. During commercial breaks, I'm rubbing my toes to keep them warm so I can get circulation going, and that is not like me at all. So it's only getting colder. So I got to figure out something where in the next couple weeks, because there's a game on Christmas Day right here. Christmas Day here in D.C. or in Landover, and I don't want to sit in a trailer for 3 hours just sitting there if it's in the 20s. I got to bring my own space heater or something.
You got to get one of those jackets that has like the battery heated heater that's like in the jacket. Have you seen those? Like you talk to the people who go to games at like Lambeau, they'll tell you all the good details on like how to dress appropriately. Because I was thinking about this. I think going to sporting events when it's really cold, that is the toughest time to keep warm because even if you like go to a parade or you like walk around somewhere, at least you're walking around. But like some of these stadiums that have like bleachers, metal bleachers, think about how cold that is. And if you're just sitting there for 2.5 hours, that's when your feet really go numb. So my heart goes out to you, Jenks. But there are options, because there are people who actually live in Antarctica probably figure this out.
Yes, these research stations, they've got to figure it out. And here I am like, oh, it's a little chilly in my feet. I'll figure it out here. I got a couple weeks. What are we going to figure out now? How about what we've been streaming lately?
What are you watching?
We enter Jenks Streaming Corner, where Jenks and Chelsea tell you what should and should not be streaming here on the Daily Tip.
What are you watching?
Sean Combs, The Reckoning on Netflix. Highly, highly recommended. 4 episodes. It is so well done. It's equal parts disturbing because he's a terrible human being, and it's also enlightening because you get to see stuff that you would never imagine getting to see. They interview everyone from victims to people who worked for him, to artists who were signed by him who didn't get a dime, to all the reasons why he was arrested. You get behind the scenes video with him. I don't know how they got this footage, but he hired a videographer to follow him around like 6 days before he went to court. And I don't know how the filmmakers got in on this and got this footage, but they did. That's super revealing. And the best part about it all is that the executive producer is 50 Cent. And I don't know if you've seen the viral clips going around of 50 Cent promoting this. He has been telling people for a decade, truly, online, like what a bad guy this is. Like, I don't want to be associated with this cat. He's a bad person. He's been screaming this from the rooftop for a decade, and no one has listened. And now he finally has the piece in place, a 4-part series. I'm talking starting with Sean Combs from being an intern, dropping out of Howard, joining Uptown Records back in the day, leading up Jodeci as far as their A&R, to now. I mean, he goes way back. And it's not even done in a vindictive way. It's straight up facts. It's straight up people who worked for him. Like, it would be easy to throw out a hit piece because you don't like someone. This is not it. It's really well done. And when you see 50 Cent being interviewed on Good Morning America or on different media outlets, he has the biggest smile on his face. It is hilarious. Everyone's like, love your partner the way 50 Cent hates Diddy. Like, it's amazing to see how much joy he's getting from this terrible person in Sean Combs getting his comeuppance, but highly recommended.
So I expected that obviously there would be a turn, in the spin and be like, okay, so here's what Diddy's up to now. And spoiler alert, it's not good. Right. So is there a part in the documentary where it starts with like the good parts of his life? Like,
yes,
that's what I'm trying to get at. So it sounds like it starts off to where it's like, hey, it's this great story. Because the only thing, I haven't really looked into Diddy that much, but I have seen, remember the movie about Biggie? And Diddy kind of had a role in that, like fictionally speaking. Like they had somebody who played Diddy and they were like, this is this great story. He came from nothing and he like clawed his way out of all of these circumstances. So that's interesting to me that there is like, it makes you see, the come up for Diddy, because we did see that part and it did exist. It's just the bad stuff obviously cancels it out.
Absolute master manipulator. Men, women alike. Anyone who worked for him, with him, and early on, and I remember the stories through word of mouth early on. Seriously. Back in the early 90s when, R&B and New Jack Swing and these hot artists were coming out of Bad Boy, and everyone heard, there's this kid, Sean Combs, and he was an intern, and then he ended up getting fired, but now he's kind of leading his own way, and he's got all these great artists like Mace, for example. That was another hot one. Or Mary J. Blige. I think she might have been at Uptown first. And Faith Evans, there was another one. It goes into the Tupac and Biggie thing, and that's super interesting. I'll just give away one little tidbit. One tidbit. And this tells you all you need to know about Sean Combs that was revealed, and I was like, God. So after Biggie was killed, after he was shot, and Puffy came out and said, I'm going to throw the biggest funeral ever for Biggie. Like, I'm going to make sure everyone knows his name. It's going to be all over New York City. And it was. But behind the scenes, Puffy looked at how much that was going to cost and took the cost out of Biggie's estate and what Biggie was worth. So he made the notorious B.I.G. pay for his own funeral. While Sean Combs is at the front making music, talking about how much he missed Big, and behind the scenes, he's like, yeah, but he's got to pay for his own funeral. I mean, disgusting stuff. And it's just one revelation like that after another where he can't go any lower. He will never, and rightfully so, never get any sort of his name back once he's out of jail. And if it was 99% before, it's 100% now.
Yeah, and that's not even hinting at like the worst things he did. Like
Correct.
with some of those parties, like some of the stuff we can't even say on radio.
Right.
So like obviously he is
Which
a
are
bad
wild.
person. Right. Because that was the shocking part when you first started hearing like, the breadcrumbs of what's going on and what he's being charged with. You're like, excuse me, what was he doing at these parties? What was he making the women do? So even that by itself, and then it feels like there's other layers to it. Like he made an entire song, like "I'll Be Missing You."
Yes,
like he capitalized off
sure
that,
did.
where he made a ton of money and built his brand, on the death of Biggie. So that's absolutely crazy. How did you feel afterwards? Because here's the thing for me. I have trouble watching shows that make me feel even worse. Because I told you, seasonal depression season. How did you feel after this? Did you just feel informed, or did you feel like, wow, like there are some terrible humans on this planet?
Well, I think that was it. I felt a few things. One thing I see now, not all the time, but I see it amongst people who are famous, non-famous, is that people love to hate, right? So I don't appreciate hate for someone just because they've done well for themselves. If they're a good person.
Right.
If someone is a good person and they're doing well, you might be like, well, good for them. Maybe the breaks have gone their way. Maybe they've always lived a privileged life, whatever that may be. But if they're good people, then good for them. You're not hurting anyone. You're taking advantage of the opportunities that you have. Good for you. However, there are people who have done well for themselves, and they're awful human beings. And those people deserve our derision because there's so many people out there struggling who are great people. So I came away really I had kind of the 50 Cent smile. Like at first I was disgusted and continue to be because what he did is inexcusable on so many levels. Like there's countless stories. You can't even keep up with how poorly he treated people, with how abusive he was, with how despicable he was for decades. But also, there was also that feeling that, you know what, at the very least, and he probably should have gotten more punishment, at the very least, he got what he deserved. And people are seeing him for who he truly is. And I think that's where 50 Cent's smile is coming from, where it's like, listen, what happened is unspeakable. But isn't it nice to know that this guy who did all these terrible things finally, for the first time ever, isn't getting away with anything? And I've been telling you about this guy. So I think it was disgust, but also a bit of satisfaction knowing that he's getting the punishment he deserves.
Right. And it feels like you have to be really bad to be a celebrity with a ton of money and have the best lawyers in the world, and you still get put behind bars.
Yeah.
That means you're doing something really bad.
Oh, my God. Yeah, and they go into that, too. At one point, the lawyers are talking to Sean Combs and his son, and then they realize that whoever took this video is filming it, and they finally turn and say, you got to turn your camera off immediately, and they go click it off. Like, getting him behind the scenes was also getting him in real time and watching sort of his world crumble and the kind of person he is. Like, just little things like, he's walking out the door of a hotel room, and this is right before he goes to the courtroom, and he's got some guy running around behind him trying to put a gold chain around his neck. Like he can't even do it himself. He's got somebody running and like trying to put the clasp together. before Huffy gets in the elevator. He's living this sort of life where everything is just kind of given to him, and he's so accustomed to this power, he doesn't know and doesn't understand why anyone would come after him because he's so used to getting his way in every single facet of his life. So a tough watch in many respects, but again, you come away saying, well, you know what? That's what you get, and you probably should have gotten it much earlier. I'm sorry I didn't ask you about what you were watching. Kind of went off on that.
It's okay.
It's very, very good. Coming up next on the show, will Phillip Rivers be very good when he returns to the NFL, possibly this weekend? We're going to get reaction from Indianapolis and bring in Kevin Bowen from the morning show on 107.5, The Fan in Indy. That is coming up next on the Daily Tip, and it is here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
They talked to the gigolo that Cassie and Diddy hired for.
Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome to the show. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. Michael Jenkins, she is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up. Colts have their man, their old man. We're going to talk about the signing of Phillip Rivers with our guy Kevin Bowen from the morning show on 107.5, The Fan in Indianapolis. What was just quick reaction? They signed Phillip Rivers. First reaction right out of the box before you had any time to think about it.
Is this fake? Is this a burner account? Did you have to double check it as well? Like, I had to cross check it with like multiple sources because I didn't see it from Adam Schefter first. I saw it from some other, outlet that like tweeted out. I was like, nuh-uh, they're trying to get us, because there has been like an outpouring of like fake news, on Twitter, on X, and it feels like it goes largely unchecked. So I was like, okay, I'm not going to get got. I'm going to check this. And lo and behold, it was actually true.
Oh, man. I couldn't believe it. It's a great story, though. I mean, I love when stories like that are totally unexpected just kind of break out of nowhere. And we're like, oh, I did not see this coming. I mean, when Daniel Jones went down, did we really think that Phillip Rivers was on the radar? I certainly didn't. I had no idea. Do we have Kevin? You ready to go? All right, let's bring him in. Kevin Bowen from the morning show, 107.5 The Fan in Indianapolis. So, Kevin, thanks for being with us. We know you're tight on time, so I'll jump right to it and ask you the question that I asked Chelsea. What was your initial reaction when you thought, oh, it's Phillip Rivers?
Yeah, is the year really 2025? That was my first thought. It felt like a tweet from, 5 years ago during the COVID season. So, I did quickly move on to Shane Steichen loves Phillip Rivers, and I cannot reiterate that enough. So, when you get late in the season and you have quarterback injuries to 3 of your 4 quarterbacks, times get desperate, and, it didn't, I guess, stun me. I mean, obviously still, he hasn't thrown a pass in 1,800 days, and he's 44 years old, and he's 5 years removed from playing in the NFL. Like, all of that, yes, that is all shocking. But, again, Shane Steichen is obsessed with preparation and chess matches and all that, and I feel like he thinks that Phillip Rivers can meet him there, and they'll try to drum up something in that realm against one of the best defenses in the NFL.
I think a lot of us are asking if Phillip Rivers was like the first call. Do you think there were other people on the depth chart that they went down? They're like, okay, this guy's not available. This guy's not available. Did you hear any gossip or rumors about maybe some other options? Because that's what I think I can't get around is that, okay, maybe if nobody else is available, but it sounds to me that they really like Phillip Rivers.
Yeah, I think there was a report that Sam Ehlinger, who used to be on their practice squad with, or he used to be their third quarterback with Shane Steichen. I believe he's now on Denver's practice squad. I think there was a report that the Colts thought about signing him or tried to maybe even sign him off their practice squad, but Ehlinger declined. I mean, obviously, it's a less than ideal situation for anybody. I get that a starting job is a starting job, but, Brett Rippon is their one healthy quarterback right now, depending on Riley Leonard's knee situation on their roster. Now, he hasn't thrown a pass in the league in a couple of years, but granted, he's been in the building for 2 months, and he actually got in for Cincinnati earlier in the season when they were dealing with all their injuries. So he's probably the one that's got to be like, wait a minute, did you guys forget about me? Like, I am still in the building and have been here for 2 months. But, again, when you get late in the season, the trade deadline is over. Obviously, you'd have to do some things behind the scenes like, hey, Joe Flacco's agent, will you demand being cut? Or, Russell Wilson's agent, will you play that game? That obviously didn't occur here, so enter the grandpa.
We're talking with Kevin Bowen from the morning show on 107.5 in Indianapolis. That is the Fan. So let's talk about the grandpa even more now. What is best case scenario here? It's hard to gauge because, look, again, we haven't seen him in 5 years, but could he really lead the Colts to the postseason? Right now, it's, the deck is stacked against him. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, so, I mean, best case is you revive your run game. Let's start there. Jonathan Taylor has not been same old Jonathan Taylor over the last month or so. It's correlated to them losing 4 of their last 5. Their defense, which is really banged up right now, gets back to playing at a better level. And then can Rivers just manage the operation and not give the opponent, short fields? They, had one of those with Daniel Jones on Sunday, and those sorts of things. But obviously, you have questions. Where is the velocity of a 44-year-old quarterback? How is he going to react the first time that pocket starts to collapse on him on Sunday? We've never said Phillip Rivers is some, fleet of foot scrambling quarterback. So, as soon as that play breaks down, he is going to break down. So, it looks like the Colts could be starting a rookie at right tackle for the first time all season. So, again, there are plenty of questions, but I guess to get back on what the Colts are hoping and praying for, it's that, again, Shane Steichen and Phillip Rivers will sit in meeting rooms for hours upon hours this week and say, hey, we know this offense like the back of our hands. If Seattle shows us this, we'll check to that. Of course, it looks good on the whiteboard on a Tuesday. It's a different thing to execute it against a defense that hasn't allowed a touchdown in the last 2 games.
Okay, so you have boots on the ground there in Indianapolis. Are there any talks of how Phillip Rivers looks? Like, I would imagine these workouts were probably closed and nobody saw him. But, like, has anybody gotten a glimpse of, like, physically what Phillip Rivers looks like these days?
Yeah, I mean, I think there is a thought here that he had a nice workout, but again, an indoor atmosphere on a Monday evening in, shorts and a T-shirt is slightly different than the Seattle defense in 45-degree spitting rain weather coming up on Sunday afternoon. So, yeah, I think it's a far cry from trying to replicate exactly what an NFL game is going to be like. I mean, if you want to really stretch it, I guess he has thrown to Michael Pittman Jr. That would be the only, I think, Colts pass catcher, maybe Mo Alley Cox at tight end. That is a holdover from 5 years ago. Rivers has flirted with this. I don't know if people have been totally in tune to the Phillip Rivers post-retirement life, but he's coaching high school football in Alabama. But, he had, the Colts thought about signing him late in the season when Carson Wentz was having some issues a few years back. The 49ers and the Saints, for different reasons, reached out to him. Rivers said before the start of the season that, he has put on a little bit of weight post-playing career, but does feel like he is still in shape. Well, again, we're going to find out. Cardio shape for fourth quarter of a 60-minute game, what is that like? So, these are all very fair questions, probably met with more skepticism than optimism, and it's very understandable why.
Kevin, because you're right there in Indianapolis, I just wanted to ask you about the reaction and the excitement level of the Indiana Hoosiers now, since we got you on the phone, and what they have done beating Ohio State in the way that they did in the Big Ten Championship, and now being the 1 seed in the college football playoff.
Yes, another tweet that I would have said, you're not showing me accurate information if you would have showed me that playoff bracket on Sunday. I went to IU from 2008 to 2012. In my 4 years there, they won 3 Big Ten games. 4 years, they won 3 Big Ten games. They gave up 83 in a game to Wisconsin. That's a football game, by the way, not a basketball game. They gave up 83 too. So I think it's the greatest coaching job in college or pro sports. I get that a national audience might say, oh, that's very hyperbolic to be in mid-market, but you're the losingest college football program. And again, football is not go find, Steph Curry and Davidson, where, lightning in the bottle with one player and can get hot for a couple weeks in March. Football, there's an element of, obviously, you need, a large chunk of 22, and you got to sustain it, over the course of 12 weeks. So, it is absolutely incredible what Coach Cignetti has done with a slew of transfers that I don't think are also in maybe the most heralded. Fernando Mendoza is very highly sought after in the portal, but a lot of those guys on the defensive side of the ball were not. And if anybody watched Saturday night, their defense, I think, was the reason why they won that game. So incredible sports story, to say the least.
Oh, no question about it. An exciting time to be right there in the middle of it all. He is Kevin Bowen, host of the morning show on 107.5 The Fan, Indianapolis. Follow him on X at KBowen1070. Kevin, we always appreciate the time, and thank you so much for being with us.
You bet, guys. Have a good one.
You too. Oh, my God. I didn't know he went to IU. Incredible. I know, how many people do I know? Well, I'll add Kevin to the mix. That means I know 3 people who went to Indiana. And my friend Anna, her mother went to Indiana. All of a sudden, the Hoosiers during football season coming out of the woodwork. I guess it's because they've had no reason outside of the last couple of years to get really excited. Now they're like, guess what? We're here. We've been waiting for this, quite literally forever.
Absolutely. I'm sorry I was a little sidetracked. I was trying to look up if Phillip Rivers is the first grandpa to play in the NFL. Surprisingly, he's not.
He's not?
Because when you say grandpa, he's a literal grandpa. Like, he is a grandfather. So, like, that's not a metaphor. That's not, an exaggeration. He literally is a grandfather to a grandchild. But I need to do some further reading. But according to USA Today, he is not the first grandpa to play in the NFL. So I'll have to see who that is during the break.
That's crazy. Well, I like, too, that what I caught there while I was listening to him, and I didn't want to ask because I know he doesn't have the answer necessarily, but, at the beginning of the show, we said Diana Rossini from The Athletic put out a tweet saying, well, a source tells me he's in better shape now than he was when he played at 44. And then Kevin's like, well, if you listen to Phillip, he'll say he's put on a few pounds since then. I'm like, okay, well, it doesn't mean he can't be in better shape. But Phillip himself is saying, I might be a little soft around the edges, but I can still sling the rock. So I'm interested to see what the truth is here.
So I found the answer to our trivia question.
Oh.
And I didn't know this. Did you know, according to USA Today, Brett Favre was the first grandpa and also a quarterback? Because apparently when he played with the Vikings, his 21-year-old daughter gave birth to a son. I didn't know that.
Yeah, first grandfather and first quarterback to defraud his state of federal funds. Coming up next here on the show. It is hour 2, and we'll hand out some first impression roses. That is coming up next in the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker? And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Wake up, people. It's time for hour 2 of the Daily Tip on a Wednesday, December the 10th. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. In this segment, we'll go over our favorite looks in the NFL and our very first impressions as we hand out our first impression roses. Then at 7:20, we'll round up some MLB news, including some big signings for contenders, a little bit of college hoops, and then we'll end the hour by whining about it on a Wednesday. And trust me, this time of year, there is plenty to complain about. It is the most wonderful time of the year, she said, sarcasm font. All right, Jenks, I wanted to ask you this because I think the first impression rose segment that we do on the show is a good test of your first instincts. And for people, and I'm going to say like us, because I feel like I can kind of put you in this category of people who overthink things. I think I kind of fall into that category where, I have a first hypothesis and then I look into things and I'm like, there's too many sabotage factors. I think it's a good test to see where your instincts are. And I do think as the season goes on, maybe those instincts get a little stronger because obviously we've been talking about this and we're deep in the season. We have a good sample size of work to work with. So I want to ask you, do you feel like your first impressions are stronger as the season goes on?
That's a very good question. I think so. I've learned over time that at least when it comes to the sports betting space, most things in general, honestly, but particularly in this space, that thinking, it's like the old saying, think long, think wrong. And I feel like that's the case. If you look at any game, and every now and then there's always an exception to the rule. I feel like I always have to say that, yes, every now and then there's something that doesn't fall in line with how things normally work. But on the whole, I haven't found any real appreciable difference in my handicapping, for whatever that's worth, based on if I spend an extra 20 or 25 minutes. Like there's a process that takes place. Maybe I have a first impression. That impression is supported by numbers, could be supported by where the money is going, if I feel like I'm getting value. Whatever you do to come up with your hypothesis or why you like a particular side total, player prop, whatever it is, I usually go with that because I found, putting in that extra work, it's not benefiting me. When we first started this show 4.5 years ago, I would spend an excruciatingly long time on every game, like to the point of paralysis. Like I'm spending 20 minutes on every single game. And on Friday, we handicap every game in the NFL. Like imagine the time that just takes up. So I just couldn't do it. And I didn't really notice a difference. So now every now and then I might do a little extra work if there's a game I'm particularly interested in. But for the most part, no. What about you?
I think, again, as the season goes on and you have accumulated more knowledge on like all these teams, and plus like the eye test matters too. Like I think all of us can kind of see the direction teams are going. And also I think that we've been in this game long enough to understand there are buy low points and there are sell high points on certain teams, especially in the NFL. The NFL betting wise feels more like the stock market to me than any other sport. Because think about it, it's the most publicly bet sport, and a lot of it is reactionary. So you're looking for value on teams that people don't normally like to bet on, and you're also looking to like sell high on some of these teams, especially this year that used to be, in the circle of trust where people are like, oh, just bet on the Chiefs. Oh, just bet on the Eagles. And it feels like this year especially, those are not teams you can trust, and those are not teams you're ever getting any value on.
Oh, absolutely. And that's one of the toughest things about betting is taking the name or taking the city off the jersey, whatever it is, whatever sport it is, because when a team has played so well for so long, and sometimes we'll see a team, Oklahoma City in the NBA is a very good example. And of course, this can vary throughout the season as well, where the Thunder last year, I believe, at one point, for at least 3/4 of the season, best covering team in the NBA. Same thing this year, for the most part. Now, that will change, but when you get accustomed to seeing one team cover, or a particular player cover, at some point, the lines will adjust, and that will change. But it's really hard, whether within the season or season to season, to sort of adjust and get that out of your head because you're so accustomed to that happening.
Right. And I think there is a game this week that is a prime example of that. And I feel like it already has me in a mental blender. Jenks, I look at these lines, and the first game that stood out to me was the Patriots at home getting points against the Bills. So this was 1.5 yesterday. Now it's down to 1. And you look at the Patriots standing at 11-2. This is a home game, and the Bills have looked beatable this year.
Yeah.
I think the only thing that stands out to me is that it almost feels too easy, right? And eventually the other shoe has to drop for the Patriots. But how many weeks in a row have we said that about New England, where we're like, oh, well, at some point they've got to lose, and at some point they're going to look bad? It's December 10th. Like, maybe that day is not coming. So when it comes to first impression roses, like, this is already in my teaser for this week, because I think the Patriots getting 7.5 is a great play. But let me ask you about this game. Is the Patriots getting points at home, is that just too obvious?
That's the way I look at it. But look, I am not going to talk you off the Pats with the way that they're playing. I think this is, when you talk about bias or things you've seen in the past, like this is where I'm challenged, because I see the Patriots getting one at home, and I see a Patriots team that looks very, very good. And then I think about how well the Bills have played over the past few seasons, and I think, man, this is a trap. It's a trap. Or am I getting caught up in the fact that I've been betting on the Bills? The Bills have been profitable in a lot of spots. Josh Allen has been profitable in a lot of spots. Or am I getting caught up in that idea and not accepting the fact that the Patriots are legitimate? The Patriots could win the damn Super Bowl. I don't think that's going to happen, but the talent is there. The way they're playing makes you think it's a possibility, but getting past those two narratives is really difficult. That said, I think I'm going to go Buffalo. I think this is a prove-it game for me. I need this personally. Like, I just need the Patriots to prove to me that at home, getting a point, you can handle Josh Allen. That's what I want to see. And then breaking through that narrative will help me in a big way. But I agree with you in that when I saw this play, I'm like, this seems obvious.
I think the problem with betting against the Bills is that Josh Allen can go off at any time. So, like, no matter what matchup on paper, screams the other side, it's like, okay, well, is Josh Allen going to explode for 6 touchdowns in this game? Like, that's always the sabotage factor, and it just feels like he is matchup proof. I will say the Bills against the run have not been great this year. And, New England's just one of those teams that all around is just solid, like in every single aspect of the game, and special teams and defense. And, of course, Drake May putting up MVP numbers. And it should be interesting from that regard, where it would be interesting to me if Josh Allen completely outshines Drake May, what that does to the MVP race. Because, I think people look at Josh Allen, they're like, this is what an MVP should look like. And if Josh Allen goes out there and accumulates 6 touchdowns and Drake May has a tough game, do you think we see a big odd shift? Because right now Drake May is one of the favorites.
Yeah, I think so. Absolutely. Right now, Matthew Stafford is a favorite at -160. Drake May is 2-1. Jordan Love 10-1. Josh Allen 14-1. This is when I don't want to say it's going to make or break Drake May, because he could have a just fine game, right? Like, he could have a great game, and then all of a sudden Josh Allen leads the Bills down the field and they win as time runs out with a field goal, whatever it is. And then Josh Allen, those odds shorten and shrink from 14-1. But I do think that, I do think this is an opportunity to maybe put a sprinkle on Josh Allen with the way that he's playing. And with 4 games remaining in the season, there is still a chance for Josh Allen to win the MVP. He was the favorite just 2 or 3 weeks ago, or at least he was right there. He wasn't sitting at 14 to 1. That's the thing about the MVP market, as we know. I mean, these odds shift wildly. So Matthew Stafford 2 weeks ago was not in the lead. Why? Because he goes to Carolina and throws a couple picks, fumbles the football, doesn't look good against the Panthers. He comes back last week and is lights out, and all of a sudden he's minus 160. So that's the interesting thing about this award in particular, is that you're not necessarily out of it at 14 to 1. For a lot of other teams in different markets, you might be. Not in this market.
Well, and not if your name is Josh Allen.
Right.
Because I think it's very easy for people to jump back on the Josh Allen bandwagon because we knew that he's been an MVP before and he already has that pedigree. So I think it's one of those things that if they weren't playing head to head, but things are very obvious when they're standing right next to each other. It's like, Jose Altuve is short and Aaron Judge is tall, but when they're standing next to each other on first base, you're like, wow, that's really different. So I think that's the problem for me, is that if this is a game that has a lot of eyeballs and Josh Allen looks amazing and you're like, okay, this is what MVP should look like, and Drake May doesn't measure up, that's going to strike, I think, some doubt in the hearts of people who are voting for Drake May. All right, Jank, so I've taken up a lot of time on my Bills and Patriots questions. Is there a game for you that stood out when you looked at the slate?
That is one for sure. I have that right here, locked and loaded, ready to go. Another one I'm looking at is, and I don't know, like I've gone through a lot of these games. I'm very interested, I think, in the Browns getting 7.5, which I know how that sounds. But 7.5 seems like way too many points against the Bears. I feel like the Browns have found something with Shedeur. He's going to go up and down. I get that. The Browns defense is really, really good. And look at the total right now. The total is 39 and a hook. 7.5 points is a lot of points to lay when the total is sitting at 39.5. And isn't this kind of a letdown spot for Chicago after going to Green Bay, coming so close against the Packers, divisional game, back at home now? Like, I think the Bears win, but 7.5 is a little too rich here. I kind of like Cleveland.
Do you think that's disrespectful for the Bears? Like, at what point are we going to buy into the Bears? Because I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm not so sure about the Bears. But again, like I keep saying this about other teams, it's December 10th. What else do you need to see? But I think the difficult part is just that the Bears have not been dominating some of these games. Like, for a team that has how many wins? 9 wins, I think.
Yeah.
It just, you look at the win margin or the scoring margin, and it's just not there. Like, a lot of their wins have been really close wins, and even against bad teams. Like, they have 2 wins this year that are by a single point, and those were not against good teams. Wasn't it against the Commanders and the Raiders?
Yep.
So that's the thing. It feels to me like the Bears are still a team that's fully capable of playing down to the level of their competition. And I just looked up the weather in Chicago. Going to be a high of 13 degrees. A
Woof.
high of 13 degrees.
Well,
do not envy that.
I am not. And also, but that won't. Here's the thing, though. Of course, you want to take weather into account, particularly when you're in December in the National Football League. Chicago will be close to that or accustomed to that. If you're talking about Tampa or Miami or another team playing in Chicago potentially, I'd say, oh, well, you take that into effect. Cleveland's not going to matter to them. Cleveland gets terrible weather also. So it's not like the Browns are going to be affected by that. So at least in this game, I don't think it's much of a factor. I don't think it's disrespectful to the Bears. 7.5 is a big number in the NFL. It is. Mm-hmm. It's a big number. So these games are generally close. Now, if this number were sitting at 3.5, 4, I'd be like, dude, what are we doing? Chicago's really good. But at 7.5, I feel like this number is where it should be.
Well, the reason I bring up the weather is because there's also wind gusts that are going to be, prevalent, and that's, always a thing in Chicago. So when you're talking about a total that's already low at 39.5 or whatever, points are clearly going to be at a premium. So another argument in the favor of the 7.5. And look at us. We didn't even talk about Shedeur Sanders. Look at us. I know that's going to be the big story in this game, and we'll see if he continues to improve. But I think it's more of a matter of like the Browns defense, the weather, the low scoring affair, and the fact that the Bears have played down to the level of their competition. All right, Jenks, I know we only have like a minute left, but I want to ask you about a couple ones.
Sure.
The Bengals getting 2.5 at home against the Ravens feels too easy. They just beat the Ravens. Do we believe in the Ravens?
Not really. I was asking our boss, Andrew, I was like, are you guys going to mess, because he's so over Mike Tomlin, like a lot of Steelers fans. And I was like, are you guys going to mess around and win the division again? He's like, yes. He's so angry. Like, Steelers fans cannot believe they can actually win the division and keep Mike Tomlin around for another season. It's their worst nightmare. I don't think the Ravens are that good. No. I like the Bengals here plus 2.5. With Joe Burrow, give me Cincy.
There's a lot of good teams this week who are getting points. And again, like if you're willing to ride the Chargers train, they're getting 4.5 on the road at Kansas City. The Chiefs are still favorites. What are you doing?
Okay.
Like eventually maybe they put together a good game, but until I see it, they need to prove otherwise. All right, coming up next, we'll talk a little baseball, some big signings for some of the contenders, and also what's going on in college hoops today. It's next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
We're back. It's a Wednesday, and thanks for starting your morning here with us on the Daily Tip. In a few minutes, we'll get to the big news in baseball with a couple big names signing with a couple big teams, and then we'll get to college hoops. So, Jenks, the year of Indiana continues as the Hoosiers obviously having a great run in college football. But did you know that Kyle Schwarber, who just made a deal with the Phillies, 5 years, $150 million, went to Indiana? I feel like I keep forgetting this until I see his Instagram, and he's always repping Indiana stuff. So I'm sure that he is probably particularly thrilled with the fact that his team is now very good at football. It's crazy how I feel like when it comes to baseball players, you don't really think of their college teams, just unless they're like Paul Skeens or somebody who's like a big deal in the College World Series, just because they have to go through the minors. And there are so many players who didn't even like play college baseball. You know, there's a lot of guys who sign internationally. There's a lot of guys that sign out of high school. So I can't believe he's such a big name, and I didn't even know that he went to Indiana.
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't think it's like this necessarily in baseball than it is in other sports. But I know in football in particular, talking to a lot of athletes, and I've been told a few times, oh, yeah, when we talk about football, I mean, they'll talk about the NFL, but when they talk amongst themselves as far as, you know, giving each other a hard time, they talk about college because the pro game is – it's a business, it's a job, and they still love the game, but it's more free-flowing and you're more carefree when you're a kid, and that's when the recruiting process takes place, and now NIL is changing things, but I thought that was an interesting part of it. But I think that has to do with youth. Like, remember when we did this, went on this trip together, we played each other, and they really enjoy sort of that aspect of reminiscing.
I also think that your college where you went to, that's where you have the most allegiance for. Because as much as people love pro sports teams, and especially like if you play pro sports, like we kind of experienced this a little bit with Jake, where people are like, what's your favorite baseball team? I'm like, I don't know. We played for 5 of them. And so at the end of the day, like you just root for players that you know and organizations that you know are like run by good people. So I think when it comes to like a lot of these pro athletes, they really love their colleges. And, you know, that's always going to hold like a soft spot for them. You always see them going back to campus. Like, even we saw Josh Allen the other day. Wasn't his like uniform retired at Wyoming? Yeah. Like that's a huge deal for Wyoming to have Josh Allen back on campus, and these guys love to do it.
Yeah, because the college experience, unlike the pro experience, a lot of it has to do with age, but it shapes you. Like it impacts you in a way that professional sports can't. You know, you're getting away from home for the first time generally, at least in a significant way for a long time. That affects you. You're meeting people who educate you. That affects you. You're out on your own for the first time. That affects you. You're taking in so much information about what you want to do with your career when you're majoring, when you're studying in something. That shapes you as well. And then you think about the experiences that you discover for the very first time because you're becoming an adult. And so all those things that happen while you're at college and early on in your career. So it totally makes sense. I mean, when I think about my time in Texas, there's just so many things I could talk about that this shaped me, this person I met, this person I met, this instructor I had, and all those things were instrumental in moving me forward in my life. And I feel like that's sort of the quintessential college experience.
Right. I think about this a lot when it comes to the transfer portal. Like for all these guys who transfer every year of college and what they're missing out on. And I understand it's a business and like at this point they're employees and they're making money. But that was such a life-shaping experience for so many of us who went to college. And like think about your friends from college. I don't know about you, but like I am still in very close touch with a lot of my college teammates. Yeah. So it just feels like an experience that a lot of these guys are missing out on.
Oh, 1,000%. I missed it. I didn't get to go, but I was in communication with everyone. But we just had I'm so old, the 30th anniversary at Texas of our broadcast sequence. When I was at Texas, you had to try out to make the program, if you will. They only accepted, I don't know, it was like 30 students a semester. So you had to take a written test, and then you had to try out on a desk with people watching behind these one-way mirrors to decide if you were worthy to get into the program. Like, it was super difficult. But then when you got there, then you met people who were super talented, who had the same goals as you. And so these people are friends of mine and have been for 3 decades. And everyone met back in Austin this past, 2 weeks ago or so to get together. And I was in communication with everybody because we were all on the same thread. I didn't get to make it because I had to do the Commanders. But ultimately, even people from back then, even now, we're still very much in touch. I had a buddy of mine coming into town a year ago that I graduated with. Came here, he's like, I'm going to be in D.C. I want to come see you. We keep in touch on a regular basis. So those friendships last forever.
Yeah. So it's not shocking when you see like these big pro athletes who have these big deals and have, spent decades with these pro teams, and they still rep their college teams with pride. So Kyle Schwarber, one of those, and he is a lot richer. According to sources at ESPN, he signs a 5-year, $150 million deal to stay with the Philadelphia Phillies. And of course, you see his numbers from last year, and for good reason. He's been one of the most dependable sluggers in all of baseball when it comes to the long ball over the past couple seasons. Even this past year had 56 home runs. And as far as RBI go, he hit 132 of those. So somebody who's been a force in the Philly lineup. But Jenks, here's why I think this is a very important signing for the Phillies. Okay. Because Kyle Schwarber is one of the few guys in the lineup that is dependable in the postseason. And this was a major talking point when you look up and down the Phillies lineup, and then you look at the box scores, and you're like, why aren't the Phillies scoring runs in the postseason? They have right. a damn good lineup. Kyle Schwarber cannot be blamed for that. In fact, he is tied for third all-time in postseason home runs with 23 long balls. He also holds the MLB record for most postseason home runs out of the leadoff spot. So when you're talking about a team that has issues conjuring up offense in the postseason, this was really important for them to retain Kyle Schwarber.
Oh, absolutely. And now the question begs, well, are the Phillies actually going to do something in the postseason now? I mean, make the postseason, sure. Win the division, sure. But can they finally take that next step? But I feel like more than anyone, he feels like the heart and soul of that Philly team to me. I know some people might say Bryce Harper, but I feel like Bryce is an otherworldly talent, but isn't really the heart. And Kyle Schwarber seems to be the heart of this team. And also, signings like this are rare. For a DH to get paid like this, and for a guy to come into his own and play his best baseball in his 30s, that's kind of rare too. But I think it speaks to his talent. And there's just something about his personality. Some athletes have something about them where you're kind of drawn to them for whatever reason, and I feel like he's one of those guys.
Well, he's a clubhouse guy. Like, you hear that term all the time, and it just feels like I've heard somebody say something to the effect of this is like, does the temperature in the room change for the better when you walk in? And it feels like the answer is yes for guys like Kyle Schwarber. Jake played with Kyle Schwarber in Chicago, and he was one of the guys that went out of his way to like be nice to every single person. And I don't think I've ever heard anybody speak ill of Kyle Schwarber. Yeah. He is just the nicest guy, and it's just always positive vibes. And especially when you talk about a team in Philly where, like, think about the fan base and how quickly it goes negative. I feel like these type of guys are extra important in cities and markets like that.
I think that's a great point, and I would be terrible in cities like this because I'm like so sensitive. I hate everybody. I'm like, everybody has a bad night, guys. Okay, everybody has a bad night. All right, I'm trying to hit the ball. I'd be so upset on a regular basis, but yes, I think you're right because it takes a special person to do both things, to absorb especially in Philly. Like, Philly is a very unique market in that way, where when they embrace you, but also they're going to let you know when they're not satisfied with what they're seeing. And the ability to absorb that and to say, okay, I understand that. That's part of the deal here. And then go about your business and be a great clubhouse guy is, having those two things be successful parts of your personality at once, I would imagine is very difficult.
Yeah, case in point, have you seen what people are saying about Jalen Hurts lately?
Yes.
The guy won a Super Bowl last year. The fan base is like,
crazy.
Tanner McKee time. Get him the hell out of here. So, yeah, Philly is not the easiest market to be a superstar in, but if anybody can do it, it is absolutely Kyle Schwarber. Some other news in baseball, Edwin Diaz, former Mets closer and reliever of the year, I believe, last year, signs a deal with the Dodgers. Jenks, finally the Dodgers are getting somebody. Good for those ragtag bunch of underdogs. A $69 million deal with LA.
I'm so glad that you said that. When are we finally going to say, good for you, Dodgers? It's been a rough run. You guys haven't been the same since you moved from Brooklyn. I mean, it's just been one failure after another, and all these yokels that they've signed. Oh, this Shohei character. I mean, Freddie Freeman, when are you going to step up? They've just been. What a terrible run for these guys. So I hope this signing brings them some much-needed luck.
Ah, yes. But I will say, if the Dodgers do have a weakness, and it is very small, maybe it's on the back end of their rotation.
Yes. That's what makes me mad. It's the one weakness they had. Now it's been addressed.
Now they don't have any.
It's unbelievable.
Now they only have the weakness that, like, Alabama football had, like, back in their heyday, is, like, complacency. Like, Jenks, I covered Alabama back in the days. They were winning, like, national championships every year. And, like, every SEC media days, like, the only questions were, like, how do you cope with the players being complacent?
Yeah.
It's their only problem.
It's the question for the Dodgers is like, are you guys going to get bored this year or what? Are you tired of winning? Are you going to stay motivated? Like, it's not, what are you going to do at quarterback? Or you guys have some holes in the rotation? Or what are you going to do at the back end of your line? No. They just got better. I saw the signing, and I'm like, look at me wearing Dodgers colors today, too, randomly. I was like, okay. I'm not going to say it makes baseball less fun. I feel like that's kind of a tired argument. At the same time, Chelsea, I mean, my God, they're already the most loaded team, and this makes them so much better. It was the one way you could maybe get to the Dodgers. I mean, remember, in the World Series, they had to break out starter after starter after starter, at the end to close that thing out. And, of course, they have the best rotation, one of the best rotations in baseball, so that helps. But they were barely able to squeak it out, and now that one thing, like that one piece of kryptonite that they had, is gone.
Yeah, the Dodgers are your favorites to win the World Series yet again at plus 340. Jenks, I'm going to attempt to spin zone this, though.
Okay.
I think the only way this makes baseball more fun is that I do think the Dodgers are the villain of baseball. Like, remember what the Yankees used to be, where it was the evil empire, and everybody had the target on the Yankees' back, and they were, this powerhouse. But I do think when you see, like, a team like the Blue Jays go toe-to-toe with the Dodgers, like, that was fun. That was one of the most watched World Series that we've had in quite some time, and it just goes to prove, there are other teams that can still contend. The Dodgers did not cakewalk their way to a World Series. It was one of the best World Series we've seen in quite some time, going to a Game 7. So just because they have this roster that just looks unbeatable does not mean that they're going to be, like, handed a World Series ring on a silver platter.
I mean, they're not, but also they still won, So, like, you're not wrong. Like, it was incredibly competitive, and for a while you're like, all right, the Blue Jays got this, and then they don't. And now the Dodgers have turned the corner, because for a while it looked like all this spending was going to end up putting them in that place where they win a lot during the regular season, and maybe they have, like, a title to show for it after years and years of success. It's kind of like the Braves in the 90s, where the Braves just, like, dominated a decade, but they have one world championship to show for it. But now the Dodgers have turned the corner, where they have multiple championships and may get another now.
Yeah.
All
right. So we have, like...
It's not even baseball
I feel
season.
bad for... if there's a Blue Jays fan listening that we reopened an old wound. I'm sorry about that. All right, Jenks, we have a minute left. I said that we were going to touch on college hoops. There's really one game that I feel like kind of fits the mold of a decent game tonight. It's in the Big Ten, Wisconsin and Nebraska. Nebraska 1 point home dogs in this matchup, or 1.5 depending on where you shop. This is a tough one for me to handicap simply because both these teams take so many threes.
Yeah.
And Jenks, the anatomy of a team that I don't want to trust is a team that relies on the 3-point shot too much. Both these teams take 3-pointers at, the highest clip of any team in the Big Ten. So, for that reason, it's a stay away. But we had a hypothesis yesterday about it's really tough to go on the road and win games in a big conference. But Illinois won that game against Ohio State 88-80. So
Right.
Are we trusting that same hypothesis? This spread is a lot closer, though.
The only thing I would say is that if these teams get hot from long range, and you're right, they both average at least 83 points a game. This number yesterday was sitting at 160 and a hook. It's come down, and now it's sitting at 156 and a half. So if you like a lot of points in this game, now's your time to hit the over.
Yeah, but they got to make those threes. That's
That
the
is
problem. Their percentages from the 3-point range have not been great this year. So it doesn't feel like a game I want to bet on. All right, Wine About It Wednesday's next. What are we complaining about now? A lot of things, usually. It's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
We're back for more. It's a Wednesday on the Daily Tip. In this segment, we're going to warm up our complaining muscles. It's a whine about it Wednesday. And as usual, I always have an appetizer where it's not my main complaint, but something that I've seen that it just feels off to me. So I'm watching and I'm trying to keep up with the NBA at the same time as we are following the NFL, college football, and college basketball. And I feel like the NBA is so strange in the aspect that, I don't know, the way that the strings are pulled behind the curtain is so different than any other sport. Because I saw this clip from Rich Paul, who is LeBron James' agent, saying that the Lakers are not contenders with their current roster. And I'm thinking to myself, in any other sport, would we see an agent that currently is representing a player on a certain team say this? And it just makes me think that LeBron is pulling the strings behind the mouth. And, you know, we've seen this before where in no other league does it feel like the superstars have more power. And Jenks, what I was talking about is that, I don't know if you saw this quote from Rich Paul, who is LeBron's agent.
Oh, yeah.
He said that the Lakers do not have enough talent to be contenders in the West. Do you think this is just a mouthpiece for LeBron? And like, even if you don't have anything to say about the topic, do we see this in any other sport? It just feels like the NBA is so different that we would never see this like in the NFL. Like, I'm trying to think of an example and I just can't. Like, even the quarterbacks who have the most pull in the NFL do not have this type of power.
It's just a LeBron thing more than anything else.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a LeBron thing. Rich Paul, how many other agents can you name in sports? What, Rich Paul, Jimmy Sexton?
That's it.
That's it.
Scott Boras.
Scott Boras. Okay, there's another one. Like the number of agents that you can name in a particular sport or just across all sports, probably on one hand. Lee Steinberg. That's going way back. But my point is that this is a rarity. It's definitely not common. And the reason why it's a rarity is because you either have someone who has supreme power in an individual sport, or you have someone who has arguably the most powerful client on the planet. I mean, LeBron is the most powerful client, powerful player in basketball. No one has more pull than LeBron because he's one of the greatest. He's been around for so long, and he plays for the Lakers. When Bronny was coming out, we would get all this information, and I would go off on this about how teams are interested in Bronny. Oh, people can't wait to draft Bronny. I'm not knocking Bronny. My point is all that information was coming from Rich Paul. I'm like, yeah, this is LeBron's agent. So it wasn't personal, but I'm like, we're seeing these headlines on ESPN about demand, and I'm like, these are coming from the agent of Bronny's father, his dad. Yes, they're coming from the house. The call's coming from inside the house. What? It's from inside the house. So it's fine, but you're not going to see this anywhere else. No other agent is going to speak up, at least in this way, or at least on a regular basis, which Rich Paul seems to do all the time.
Yeah, so when Rich Paul has comments, I'm like, oh, so this is what LeBron thinks.
Right.
Like, why even have the middleman? Like,
Correct.
Just say it yourself, LeBron. Just because, like, think about Rich Paul, too, is, you know, I would assume that LeBron is probably his highest earning client.
Oh.
So, like, his success is tied to LeBron. So, of course, he is going to be a yes man for his biggest client.
Yes, whatever. It doesn't matter how ridiculous it is. You know, we want crystal blue Gatorade exclusively served at all NBA games. It could be some whatever, and it doesn't. Rich Paul's going to say it. He's going to say it because when his client is happy, his client makes money, and then Rich Paul makes money. So yes, this is all just LeBron, which drives me crazy about LeBron because look, you don't need to go through your agent. Like, you're not fooling anyone. It's like when they were going through a coaching search or they're making some player moves. I mean, I forget the exact date a few years ago, And it was clear LeBron was like, well, I have no influence on what the Lakers are going to do with their coaching search. Like, yes, you do. And we all know you do. So, of course you do. Of course you do. Everyone knows that you're going to have a massive influence here, which is fine. Like, it's okay to say, yeah, I want to have an input here. I want to have a say. I would rather someone be honest with me and relay that sort of information instead of acting like it's all hands off. And so this is just another way for LeBron to say, oh, hands off here is not me. It's just Rich Paul. It's like, no, it's you.
It's just crazy to me that it feels like it's the only sport where you have to actively follow like the off-court drama because like it has such an impact on, the teams and free agency as opposed to like the NFL where, the other storylines are fun, but it doesn't have like an impact on the actual game.
Right. I mean, it's amazing, too, that at this point, LeBron's the oldest player in the NBA. He's played longer than anyone else in NBA history. I appreciate the competitiveness. I will say that. I appreciate that at this age, you're not going through a retirement tour and collecting, whatever gifts each franchise wants to give you, you still want to win. At the same time, at some point, you sort of just need to let the team do its thing instead of constantly speaking out. And also, you knew this was what was going to happen, right? I mean, you knew this has been the case for the past few years. This is nothing new, so I don't know why now it's suddenly an issue. This is who the Lakers have been for a few years.
Well, and the problem is, like, LeBron tries to play GM, and then when it doesn't work out, he's like, well, we don't have the roster constructed. It's like, yeah, you helped construct that roster. The problem is that LeBron as a basketball player has been, amazing. One of the best basketball players of all time. And like, even at this age, he is still producing good numbers. It's just, he wants his hand in the pot of, creating the team. Right. And he has that like, sometimes you see this with people who are high achievers in one field. They think they can do anything. And they're like, oh, even if I try this, you see this with celebrities all the time. They're like, I'm going to start a singing career. Did you see this with like Hailey Bieber and Kylie Jenner are going to start being singers? Like, they're delusional, and that's how it feels like it is for LeBron. Oh,
all the time. Remember Paris Hilton's banger album? I bet you don't. I bet you don't. So you get a taste of success. And some people are multi-talented. I think the best example of that is Jamie Foxx. Jamie Foxx can do anything. He can act. He can sing, right? He's hilarious. He's got great comedy chops. But he's one of one. He's rare. But a lot of people who get in the spotlight in whatever arena, it could be politics, sports, music, whatever, they think, oh, I'm doing this, I can definitely do this. Like, well, maybe, I say stay in your lane, but I don't really want to use that phrase. But I'm saying maybe you're just really good at this particular thing and you're over your skis when it comes to something else.
Right, and the problem is you have a bunch of yes men around who aren't going to tell you that, hey, maybe you should step back and not be the GM as well. But believe it or not, we did not dedicate this segment to complaining about LeBron. It's a Whine About It Wednesday, so let's fire up the complaints.
Why talk about it when you can whine about it?
Whine, whine, whine.
Here on Whining Wednesday.
Do you want to hear whining?
On the Daily Tip.
All right, Jenny, so we've already had a sports-related complaint. Do you have any life complaint this week? Is it an Uber driver? Is it the DMV? Is it a terrible sales representative on the phone? Main menu. Talk to representative. What are you complaining about this week?
I'd like to complain about my own coordination skills this week.
Ooh.
I have spilled
cell
so much
phone.
Cell phone. I have spilled so much coffee on myself. Yesterday I was running to the metro. I had this Yeti with me, and I guess it wasn't closed completely. So I was running to the metro the whole time. I don't even see it. I am spilling coffee all over my peacoat, which is camel colored. So you see these brown spots that look like a giraffe running into the metro car. And I didn't even see it at first. And I'm like, people kind of look at me. And I look down, I'm like, oh my God, there's coffee all over you. I had to go home and immediately try and wash all that stuff off. And then, I was late getting back from this segment. As I was filling up this Yeti again, using one of those pods in our kitchen here at Odyssey in the break room because I don't know where Roger is. I need my coffee. So I had to use these pods. I got coffee on my collar. Like, how does that happen? I was in the bathroom. I used water. I got it out. I'm like, that's why I was late. Like, how do you get coffee in your collar using a coffee pot? I don't know. I'm tired. You know, I always say sometimes I get tired of myself. Like, I'm tired of myself. I'm just gonna have to walk around like Isaiah Likely holds a football and just hold my Yeti like this to make sure nobody touches it. I'm like, hey guys, just want to make sure I'm not spilling anything. So yeah, I'm complaining about me. What about you?
Well, as a mom of a 6-year-old, Jenks, there are solutions for this. Should I order you a sippy cup? Because
Yes.
they do have cups that prevent spills.
Do it. You should absolutely do it. I need the help. Instead of the sippy cup, I feel like you get the sippy cup for the kids and the guys over 50. And now I'm over 50. Well, I mean, I've been over 50, but now I'm even more over 50. So, yes, please. That's the one thing you can get me for Christmas.
We need to invent that. Adult sippy cups and, have a marketing campaign on Instagram for those of us who don't have coordination. All right, my complaint is short but sweet.
Okay.
Mine's about Walmart. Why do they never have more than one clerk working at the checkout? I don't understand. The store is 1,000,000 miles wide. Like, you have so many departments, and there's literally 50 people walking around doing nothing, being in the way. I'm trying to shop, and there's this huge, cart of, product that they're putting on the shelves. It's like, hey, can I reach to get the bread for just a second? But then you go to check out, and there's nobody there. Like, can we not pay 3 clerks? Is that too much to ask? This is the holiday season. Do you know how many people are at Walmart, Jenks? A ton. The entire parking lot is full. You can go to the self-checkout. I don't want to go to the self-checkout because if you have alcohol, you have to have help. And somebody has to come over. You know how long that takes? That takes 25 minutes. Paging help on aisle 2. So, Walmart, I've had it. Your prices are low, but your standards are also low.
Yeah, I'm going to Sam's Club instead. You're like, still filling their pockets. That's a tough one.
We're going to Costco, baby.
There you go.
Buy
There
in
you
bulk.
go. That's what you do.
All right, hour 3 is next. I promise I'll be a little bit more positive, or will I? Phillip Rivers signing with the Colts. What will the grandpa do in Indianapolis? It's next on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network.
Defensive matchup.
Here's what people need to realize is how rare this is. I know when you hear 44, immediately people say, well, Tom Brady did it. Yes, he did. He played until he was 45. He's the greatest quarterback of all time. Let me give you the list of guys that played quarterback in the NFL, because it's a short one, and I'm talking about 44 years of age or older. Steve DeBerg, Vinny Testaverde, Tom Brady, George Blanda. George Blanda was 48. God bless him. That's the list. That's it. And now we're adding Phillip Rivers. So when I hear people throw out, well, Tom did it. Yes. He's a unicorn. He's the unicorn of unicorns. So I'm not saying Phillip Rivers can't come back and have some sort of success, but the odds are stacked way against him. And right now he's playing for a Colts team that, again, is 22-1 to win the division. I think they're minus 450 to not make the playoffs. So he's going to have to play at a level. He's going to have to play at a Tom Brady level to lead this team where they want to be. And the only guy who can play at a Tom Brady level is Tom Brady. So I'd love to see it, but time is undefeated, so I just don't see it happening.
Well, and here's the other thing. Like, even if the Colts played against the Seahawks in Seattle with their best iteration of this year's team, they probably don't win that game just because the Seahawks are such a tough matchup. But when you talk about the odds, like, they are getting 13.5 points. And Jenks, we always try to do this on the show where we consider the other side because you always look at the sabotage factors for whatever bets you're making. So, like, let's live in fantasy land for just a second. In what way can we see the Colts at least covering the spread? Because, you know, that's what we're asking people to do when it comes from a betting standpoint. Is there a way that the Colts stay close in this game? Because I will say there are some advantages to having a crafty veteran quarterback that, you know, he's going to learn the playbook pretty easily. He knows the nuances of the game. He can manage a game. Like, you see this with young quarterbacks all the time where, you know, at the line of scrimmage, there's a lot that's going on. And at least Phillip Rivers has how many years of experience? He played, let's see, 2004 to 2020. Like, that is a lot of experience at the quarterback position. So, like, he does have something to give there. And if Jonathan Taylor can get going again, you know, he doesn't have to throw it 40 times in a game. You can hand it off to Jonathan Taylor and rely more heavily on that. And there was a time where the Colts defense was decent and good. I know it hasn't been a good stretch, and some of it has to do with, like, complimentary football and, you know, when Daniel Jones isn't out there. But do you think there's a pathway to the Colts covering the 13.5?
I mean, if the entire Seattle locker room gets horse flu or something, maybe.
Horse flu.
I just don't think so. And I'm big on, look, it's a huge number. Okay, it's a huge number. Yeah. So if we're talking about the Colts covering, sure. I mean, they could backdoor this thing. But what I think is interesting is, I'm not saying you give up. You certainly don't want to give up either Colts. But the path to them, to the postseason, is just remarkably difficult. And this week is a perfect example of that. So do I think the Colts could cover? Sure. 13.5 points. You know, this game could be put away in the fourth quarter, and all of a sudden Seahawks have a 20-point lead. Colts get a late touchdown. They lose by 13. They cover by the hook. Always possible, which is why I don't like betting big numbers like this in the NFL. But the path for them to win, which is the real key for Indianapolis here, man, I don't know. I think they could cover, maybe, but it could also be an absolute disaster, too, where Phillip Rivers comes back and he looks like a quarterback who hasn't played in 5 years, and he looks like a quarterback who is 44 years old. He gets eaten alive in one of the most difficult road environments in the National Football League.
Right. There's a pathway where he doesn't even finish the game. Think about taking a hit. We haven't been on an NFL field in 5 years. It's going to hurt. It's not going to feel good. And Anthony Richardson's just going to be like, yeah, just take yourself out of the game. It's fine. I did it. Right. I was tired. Because if you look at their schedule for the rest of the season, it's one of the tougher schedules in the entire NFL. Like, you start on the road at Seattle, you host the Niners, and then you host a Jacksonville team that's gaining steam, and Trevor Lawrence actually looked good last week. And then you end the season on the road at Houston, which, look at that defense. That defense has made some of the best quarterbacks in the NFL look absolutely mortal. Look at what they did to Patrick Mahomes and look at what they did to Josh Allen. How do you think that's going to go against Phillip Rivers if he makes it to that game?
We just want him to make it out alive. You can do it, Phil. That's what we're hoping for. I hope he can make it. Also, is he going to be in good shape or not? Because Diana Rossini from The Athletic put this on X. She says a source close to Rivers describes a player who looks in better shape now than when he played. With the source also saying this, it's a no-brainer for who gives them the best chance, essentially, to win. And then earlier in the show, we were talking to Kevin Bowen from 107.5 The Fan in Indianapolis, and he says that Rivers himself said, well, maybe I'll put on a few pounds. So which is it? I tend to believe, I don't know, Phillip Rivers himself. Best shape he's been in than 5 years ago, or maybe a bit of a dad bod. I don't know. I just don't think it's trending in the right direction, but I do hope, like you were saying, that he survives.
Yeah, I will say he's not somebody who has relied heavily on being a dual threat quarterback. So maybe he doesn't need to be that fleet of foot because, think about some of these older quarterbacks when they were at the end of their career. Nobody was looking at Peyton Manning at the end of his career and be like, wow, that guy's going to win in a foot race. No, a lot of it depends on really good protection. And, they're true pocket passers, and that's fine. But I don't know if we've mentioned this yet. Do we know if Phillip Rivers is going to start? Because Brett Rippon's also on the roster. So, it's not a foregone conclusion, I would assume, that it's going to be Phillip Rivers in all of these games. Have they announced it yet?
To me. They haven't. He's on the practice squad. I mean, let's be honest. Would you rather have Brett Rippon or a 44-year-old Phillip Rivers? I think I'd rather have Phillip at 44. Am I wrong?
I don't know. At least Brett Rippon's played in a game, in this half decade. So I don't know. They'd have a decision to make, but I would imagine they don't pull somebody out of retirement for nothing. You get what I'm saying? You don't yank his chain if you don't guarantee playing time, because he's somebody who has an absolute legacy. And I know it doesn't feel like a huge deal to leave a head coaching job of a high school football team, but I feel like he wouldn't go there unless there was a pathway for him to play.
If there weren't the connection to Shane Steichen, this isn't happening. Do you know what I mean? They just roll with Brett Rippon or find someone else that they could sign and just say, well, we're just going to do our best here. But this is sort of their best option based on that relationship. We'll see how it goes. 13.5-point dogs to the Seahawks this weekend. Coming up next on the show, Eagles are a mess. What's next for the Birds? We're going to ask Jack Fritz from WIP in Philly next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. It is Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Coming up, we'll continue talking NFL. The Eagles are the defending Super Bowl champions, so what has gone so wrong over the past few games? We will ask Jack Fritz from WIP in Philadelphia. Let's bring in D-Day for a second here. Day's like, what? Huh? What is this story with LaShawn McCoy? Please explain this to me because I'm reading it and I'm like, come on. What are we doing?
LaShawn McCoy went on a podcast. I believe this is hosted by Emmanuel Acho. Maybe it's their joint podcast. I don't know. It's tough to keep track of some of these guys once they get let go from Fox. But he went on a podcast and said that the Eagles need to fire their offensive coordinator or he wants out of the Hall of Fame. Now, it's important to point out he's not actually in the Hall of Fame yet. He's just now up for contention of being in the Hall of Fame. And I don't know if he's talking about exclusively the NFL Hall of Fame or like the Philadelphia Eagles Hall of Fame. But I don't believe he's getting in the actual NFL Hall of Fame.
Right.
Maybe he gets into the Eagles one, but it felt like that ended on bad terms when that ended. So I don't know what Hall of Fame he's threatening to strike from, but I don't know that that's going to be enough to get Philly to fire their offensive coordinator.
I love this. So Kevin Patullo, Eagles OC, and I say that because this is the quote from LaShawn McCoy. Take me off. Nobody has ever asked, well, I believe that. I'm going to say, Mr. Lurie, it's either me or Kevin. If Kevin is not fired, put 25 back out there on the street. Okay. Well, you weren't going to make the Hall anyway, but just in case. Nobody asked, but just in case you were thinking about it. He wants out. That's the demand. We have to demand answers from Jack Fritz from WIP Radio, host of the High Hopes podcast as well. Wow, this really changes the calculus, Jack. I mean, what is going on with the Eagles right now? They seem sort of a mess, and I know that's kind of a nebulous question, but is it one particular thing or is it a number of things?
Well, it's the main reason is the offense. The offense can't get out of its own way, and it kind of feels like now they're dug in or they don't really know what the answer is. Last week, Saquon's talking about how it's a group focus issue. That's all it is. We're not focused enough. And then after the game, Cam Jurgens is talking about how they're not locked in enough during the week. I don't really know what's going on with the offense. Maybe they're not as good as we thought they were. Maybe that is what is happening. We talked a lot, obviously, about the AJ-Jalen relationship. Well, I mean, AJ's gotten the ball a lot in the last 3 games, and they've lost all 3 games. So they can't run the ball. Offensive line's not as good as it was last year. Quarterback is struggling to see the field, it seems like, and I don't know. I don't think the vibes on the offense certainly do not seem very, very positive. Whereas the defense, everyone seems like they're on the same page, flying around, playing great football, and generally getting along. But that is certainly not the case with Eagles offense.
Yeah, it's wild to me that the Eagles almost won that game against the Chargers, despite Jalen Hurts throwing for 0 touchdowns and 4 picks. The Eagles still almost won the game. Like, that's wild to me. But I feel like in sports radio, where you have callers, I feel like people want to blame somebody. How much of the blame is on Jalen Hurts, like, according to your listeners?
Not enough. Not enough. There's a lot of copium happening right now in Philadelphia where they're looking for it's definitely the offensive coordinator. Poor guy's getting his house egged. And the thing is, the passing offense has kind of looked the same for the last 3 years. It's been a simple offense for the last 3 years where, Kellen Moore came in last year. Kellen Moore is a pass-happy, pass-first, Dak Prescott, 5,000-yard, 40 touchdown. That's what he wants. And they didn't do that. It was a very simple passing offense last year. And because they were dominant in 2 games, I think everyone just forgot in a way. They were the 29th or 28th ranked passing offense last year, the lowest ranked passing offense to win a Super Bowl. So it's not something new. It's just that Jalen doesn't have the best offensive line in football, the best defense in football, the best running back in football, and a duo of the best receivers in football. And when Jalen has all that stuff, he's fine. He's a quote unquote winner. But when he doesn't have that stuff, he's a fine quarterback. But what makes him have the record that he has and has the Super Bowl, and the reason why people were putting him in the top 5 consideration for quarterback rankings was because mostly of the talent around him, and he did a decent job managing it, even though a lot of it was just handing the football off to Saquon.
So is Nick Sirianni going to continue to insert himself more in the offense? We heard that last week, that he's a part of the game planning now. He's spending more time being vocal with the players. Is that just a bunch of malarkey? Is it really happening? Does it make a difference at all?
So I think it's mostly just give the fans something, a little bit of what they want, of hey, we're trying. I don't think that they view Nick Sirianni or Kevin Patullo as the issue. I just don't. I think they view it that way, that Patullo would be out of here, and I think they view it as Jalen's not running the offense. And what I thought was interesting on that game on Monday night was almost because they tried different things. There was more motion, there was more crossing routes, there was more quote-unquote modern offense, right? Like it looked different than the Eagles' offense had looked this entire year. And my read on it was, the coaching staff is showing everyone why they can't do this stuff, why they can't do all the crossing routes, why they can't put a passing offense that has it throwing over the middle of the field, why they've been so obsessed with not turning the football over. Because when they asked Jalen to put the weight of the offense on his shoulders in a way, he turns into a turnover machine. I mean, he's got 7 turnovers in his last 4 games. He had 2 turnovers in 1 play. It's like the butt fumble. But and this is exactly what 23 was like. 23, they couldn't run the ball by the end of the year. They said, Jalen, go be Superman, put on your cape, and he had a record amount of turnovers to end that year. So my tinfoil hat conspiracy theory about Monday's game is the Eagles offensive coaching staff was trying to show the world, we can't do it. we can't do the stuff that you want. We got to do the simple stuff. We got to do the keep it simple, stupid, run the football. We are not that kind of offense. And I think Sirianni might be more involved, but I think he's always been involved. I think that was just something to put out there to appease the fans a little bit.
You mentioned the 2023 team, and that was the team, if I'm remembering the year correctly, that got bounced in the first round of the playoffs and looked like they didn't even get off the bus. And I think that's the frustrating part with the Eagles, from an outsider perspective, is that it just feels like the mentality and the vibes are just so off. It's not a team devoid of talent. Maybe they're not as talented as years before, but they still have talent to win games. But it just feels like there's some type of disconnect. Do you feel that this year?
100%. Now, it's not the difference between this year's team and 23 is that the 23 defense also just gave up. This year's defense is better. Now, they got destroyed by the Bears physicality wise, but they responded against the Chargers. They're not the best defense in football, but I think they're a top 5 defense in football. So the defense is much better than 23. But yeah, you're totally right. I mean, it's the vibe of the offense and not being able to get out of their own way. I think I ranted on the air yesterday about this. I was like, how they can't see that they could just, if they could just put whatever's going on aside, lock in for 6, they could be Super Bowl champs again. The NFL sucks this year. I mean, seriously, the NFC, the Rams are really good, right? They just lost the Panthers 2 weeks ago. I know, west to east, blah 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 blah. I get it, but the NFC is not good this year. We've been talking all season. We keep waiting for one of these teams to emerge as that's the best team in football, and I guess it's the Rams. But other than that, Lamar's done, Burrow's done, Mahomes is done. If Josh Allen doesn't make the Super Bowl this year, there's a huge amount of question marks on him. It's wide open. Just lock in. I mean, lock in for 6 weeks. The defense is good enough. The offense has to get out of its own way, but it's been this way for a month, ever since the bye week. Ever since the bye week, the offense has just not had it. And maybe it kind of feels like they're all taking sides now. Like, now it's the coaches, now it's the players, and they're leaking stuff every day about Jalen can't run the offense. I'm sure he's like, hey, what the hell? I just won the Super Bowl 10 months ago. What are we doing? It's so Philadelphia. It is so Philadelphia. It is so the Eagles. They eat themselves from within every single time they do anything good, and then they got to have a disaster year after they win. It's what they do. They eat themselves from within. There's no franchise like them.
So, Jack, the crazy thing about all of this is that they're probably still going to win the division. Which is,
I know.
That's the wild thing about it. As much as we're dumping on these guys, and for good reason, because they're completely fracturing in front of us, they're going to make the playoffs. So can you make a case, despite that frustration, that in a month we'll be talking about a team that suddenly put it together on offense, or is that just not going to happen?
I just don't think it's going to happen. I don't feel it this year. I just don't feel it. Now, if I was putting on my Eagles-colored glasses, there was a clip last night of AJ and Jalen laughing with each other. All right, that's a good sign. AJ really defended Jalen at the podium after the game on Monday night, saying, hey, it's not on him. Now, catch the freaking football, he could have ended the game. He caused an interception. So congratulations on taking some accountability. But, I personally don't feel it. I don't feel them putting it together and going on a run. Now, hey, maybe when the postseason rolls around, they flip a switch and they remind themselves that they're Super Bowl champs and they go on a run. But unless you're the Dodgers, it doesn't seem like teams can really just flip a switch and here we go. Now we can just go win the World Series or win a championship. So I am definitely more in the camp of you got to see it to believe it. And I don't know, man. That Cowboys plus 700, they would have to win out. I understand it, and maybe I'm a sucker for Hard Knocks, but they seem like they're having some fun down there in Dallas, and they feel like maybe they got a little magic to them. So obviously plus 700. I don't bet anything over plus 300, 400 odds. So as an oddsman, I like the plus 700.
I'm sure your Philly fans and listeners love hearing you talk about the Cowboys. All right, so we have a couple minutes left here. I wanted to ask you about Kyle Schwarber. And of course, the numbers are justified for his new contract there. Hit 56 home runs this year, third all-time in postseason home runs. But what are the intangibles with Kyle Schwarber? We were talking about this earlier, where it feels like you have to have a certain type of personality to be a clubhouse guy in Philadelphia, in that market, to withstand the storm. Is Kyle Schwarber that guy?
Yeah, Kyle Schwarber's the man. It's as simple as that. Kyle Schwarber's the man. And he was that in Chicago too. Now that team had unbelievable leaders. They had Rizzo and him and Jason Hayward, and Dexter Fowler, David Ross. I'm sure he learned a lot from just being in that clubhouse, and it certainly has translated to here. But he's someone who you cannot find anyone that will say a bad thing about Kyle Schwarber. You just can't do it. Fans love him. The owners love him. The players love him. The manager loves him. I think he's someone that brings everyone together. I think he's a big together guy. And I think the biggest thing that Kyle Schwarber does is baseball is a game of failure. Everyone knows that. And I think he does a really good job of, hey, you're a great player. You're good. You've got it. And I think that he's just someone who gives good advice. I think he's someone that the young players lean on. There's an old baseball, really sports in general. You have to deal with hazing, rookies, you got to do all the nonsense. And I think that Kyle Schwarber just has built here a very, welcoming clubhouse. And, Dave Dombrowski, who's been in baseball since 70s or 80s, I don't know, a really long time. And he's someone who has gone out and he's acquired some of the best clubhouse guys in baseball. In 1997, he traded for Darren Daulton, who was a Philly and widely regarded as an unbelievable clubhouse leader. He got there in Dalton in '97 at the deadline. They won the World Series. He's built teams that have gone to World Series champions, all that. And he said that in his years of baseball, Kyle Schwarber is the single best clubhouse leader he's ever been around. So do I have all the answers as to like what he does? I don't. But if Dave Dombrowski and Rob Thompson, who was with the Yankees with the whole heyday, all revere this guy, he's pretty important.
He is Jack Fritz, afternoon host on WIP in Philly and also host of the High Host podcast. Jack, great stuff as usual. Thanks for being with us.
Of course. Thanks, guys.
You bet. Coming up next on the show, Donksters fired up again, and our best bets locked in and ready to go. All that and more coming up next on the Daily Tip. It is here on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. Great to have you with us on Wednesday. Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm James. She's Chelsea. Coming up on the show, best bets, Dogster time. We got it all. Something like that. LaShawn McCoy and his threat. I mean, that's hilarious. I know we touched on that a little bit with Jack in our previous segment. Have you ever made a threat that ended up being like a real empty threat? And you're like, oh, I'm never following through with this. Like, I'm never doing this again. And a week later, you're doing it.
Well, I do this all the time in parenting because I try to make threats. I'm like, listen, well, I don't want to say this in case, kids are listening. I'll go for a direction. So I'm like, okay, if you're not good, you're not going to get an ice cream bar later. So for my 6-year-old, Blake lives and dies by these ice cream bars that are actually like Greek yogurt. So they're not that bad for her, but like she loves these. This is the highlight of her day. So I always use this threat when she's not doing something. But, like, I'm not actually going to take it away from her because most of the time she does correct her behavior. But, like, parenting is full of threats and bribes. Like, that's the way to go. Like, I know people are like, you shouldn't do this and you need to do all these strategies. No, bribes work. Like, I know we're talking about threats, but bribes absolutely work. If I want Blake to do something, we can go to Target after this and she will absolutely do it. So, bribes, they work.
Slip her a 20. Come on. Help mama out. There you go. Put it in the piggy bank. How about that, huh? You're building that bank account. Got to help me out here. Nothing is worse to me when I see bad parenting. Oh, my God. Yesterday on TikTok, I saw something that made me want to throw my phone. And what makes me so angry is when people, I wonder, are you doing this because you're just a bad parent or you think this will be funny and you're doing it for the gram or doing it for TikTok and you're damaging your child in the process? And she put headphones, this mother, on her child and told her child, and put the headphones on like the wrong way, or like one of the earphones or the ear covers was on her forehead, and convinced her child was a lie detector. And
I saw that.
Yeah. And the first comment, which got the most likes, was, if she's actually telling you the truth, you're damaging her. Because the girl was crying. I'm like, why would you do this to your child? Like, you're intentionally inflicting emotional damage and harm on your kid. Are you really acting like, is this what you do? And also you're letting us see it like it's funny? And I immediately was like, nope, don't want to see this.
I think the worst part is the fact that you took a video of it and posted it on social media.
That's what I mean.
Like, that's the most egregious part to me. And it's wild to me what people will do for likes and attention. Like, this is your kid.
Yeah.
The internet's forever. Like, because I think about that a lot, too, that we're living in a different era where even posting your child's image on the internet, like, holds consequences. So let alone, like, embarrassing your child on the internet for millions of strangers, it doesn't feel right to me. So, like, maybe you do this in your own home, but, like, why do you need to post it? Feels mean.
It was mean. And I'm like, your child is clearly hurt. Your child is clearly upset and crying and saying, but I'm saying the truth. I'm telling the truth. And regardless, like, whether or not your kid is telling the truth is irrelevant because you're ignoring what your child is feeling in the name of, I bet I can get a lot of likes here. Or I bet if I post this, this will go viral. And it was. I mean, it came up on my feed. I wasn't following this random person. And I'm not on TikTok all the time, but I got on yesterday. It was one of the first things I saw. I was like, what is this? And then I was like, I don't want to see this. I looked at the comments. I'm like, yeah, good. At least people were saying this is harmful. And then I moved on. That kind of stuff I don't like and I don't want to see on a regular basis. And I hope that my hope is, and this is probably pie in the sky, is that the parent will look and say, oh, I'm doing this wrong because a lot of people are pushing back on what I thought they were going to say.
Well, and just be a good human being.
Yeah.
Like, it is wild to me that you can sit there with your phone up while your child is crying. Like, my first instinct, if Blake even, like, starts to pout, is, like, I want to go and hug her, right?
Right.
Like, I'll give you an example of something where Jake said something to Blake when we were driving home from church. She was acting like she was asleep. He was wake her up, and he was like, Blake, our neighbor's in the yard, Easton. He's waving at you. He's waving at you. And Blake still wouldn't open her eyes. Oh, Easton's crying now because you won't wave back at him. She won't open her eyes. So the other day, she tells me, she's like, I have to go apologize to Easton because I made him cry. I said, honey, Dad was making that up. Like, he was just joking because Jake does this. He's a big jokester. But she believed it. And, like, that's the thing. Like, kids are gullible. Like, I know that's not breaking news, but even when you think that you're joking, they take it to heart. So, like, people need to realize that. And, like, obviously try to learn that before you post it on the internet. So just, like, have a little sympathy.
Yes. Oh, I totally agree. The one kid I did see the other day on TikTok was the parent was filming. It was very funny. And this girl was upset. And I think her dad or mom was like, what's wrong? She's like, I just got a lot going on. And I want to chill. And there's just not a lot of time to chill. And I was like, I agreed. There's not enough time to chill. We could all chill. Yes, relatable. I get it. I understand the struggle there. Well, coming up on Bet Sweats, more betting, more sweating, more Joe O, more Sammy P. So if you're looking forward to sweating some bets, they got all that for you. All right, it's time for us to hand out our best bets. 1-1 night last night. 1 and 2 if you count the Donkster. He doesn't really count, but he's here as well. Let's get to it.
Time to place your bets.
Oh, look at this. You asked me about the NBA Cup, about pro basketball, and here you are going to the association.
Well, we don't have many options today, James.
True.
I don't love the college basketball slate. So I'm going to go to the NBA Cup, and I'm going to go with the game that I think is number one on the menu. Going to go to Lakers and the Spurs. Should be noted that Victor Wembanyama is not going to play in this game, and thus that's why the Lakers are now 6.5-point favorites. I was simply going to play the Lakers on the spread when this line was 4.5, but this line has seen massive movement throughout the past few hours, and for good reason. The Lakers are finally getting healthy, and even earlier in the season, when the Lakers weren't fully healthy, they didn't have everybody on the court, including LeBron James, they were still winning games. This is a good Lakers team, despite what Rich Paul says, at least for this specific matchup, because when Wemby's off the court, that is a huge hole to fill, both physically and literally speaking. So I think you look at this game, and I'm going to go Lakers on the money line, and then we're going to go LeBron to record 5 rebounds, because without Wemby on the floor, there's going to be some more rebounds up for grabs. And also, LeBron's sneaky a good rebounder. You look at this number of 5, it is an alt line, and he's hit this in 5 of his last 6 games. And if you look at his games in the NBA Cup, he's hit this in every NBA Cup game so far this season. A lot of this is effort. Like, if you watch these games and you're playing rebounds, some of it's just guys that need to go for the ball. And at least this is an NBA Cup game. So I think LeBron's going to show some effort here. Let's go LeBron, 5+ rebounds, and the Lakers to win this game over the Spurs. That is -125.
All right. Good job, Chelsea.
Thanks.
Good job. Good job on the NBA. Nice job. I'm going to the NHL. Rangers, Blackhawks, under 6.5. It's -130, so you have to shop around for it. It's at 6 in a lot of places, which we're seeing now at BetMGM. The under is -105. I like that as well. I bet on the Rangers money line a few times early in the season because they were successful and won me some cash last year. That has not been the case this year, but I love the under in this game. Rangers have a really hard time scoring. They are bad, 2.65 goals per game. That is 28th in the NHL. Blackhawks, a touch better. They're 18th in the league, but the problem for them is that they have to get past Igor Shesterkin, one of the best in the National Hockey League. Rangers are an under team. They've hit the under in 5 straight games. And again, this total opened at 6.5. Bet down to 6 almost immediately. I'm going to play it at 6.5. If you like it at 6, I like that as well. Let's go under 6.5 goals for Rangers and the Blackhawks. It is -130.
Good job, Jenks. I'll take your line.
Thank you.
I don't have anything to add to the NHL
I'll take a good job. Good job any day of the week. Yeah. You got any leans for us? I saw you look at your phone. I thought maybe she wants to add one more bet, at the very end here.
No, I was actually betting on it. I was
were you?
actually placing my bet that
Oh.
I put on the show. Well, my original lean in this game was playing something on Austin Reeves. I don't know if you've been following the lore of Austin Reeves this year, but my dude is averaging 28 points, 5 rebounds, and 6 assists this year. Dude's been on fire, but I couldn't find a bet that I really liked because his scoring has kind of been a little up and down. But it's not going to shock me if he has a big game once again in this one because the dude is just putting on an absolute clinic, despite, again, Rich Paul saying that he should come off the bench. What are you doing?
Okay.
Keep him on the court.
Whatever. Rich. I was telling the lovely Catherine, I said, I love talking to her about how talented pro athletes are, particularly in basketball. I said, every now and then you'll see a guy show up at like a rec league. Could be a bench guy. It could be your number 10 guy in the NBA, and he'll just cook everyone. Like, you have no idea how talented these guys are. And Austin Reeves, he's not number 10 bench guy. He's been awesome this season. All right, Dockster. Have you ever been awesome? I don't know. But you're here. It's your time. End of the show. What do you got? Come on in.
I don't like Phillip Rivers at all.
Why not?
He's so old. 44? Instead of game planning, he should be estate planning.
Dockster, I just turned 52, so that's kind of insulting.
Dad, let's be honest. You belong in a casket.
Dockster! Lord, it's harsh. The ageism here on the show. Do you have a play at least?
I sure do. Purdue, minus 18.5, hosting the Golden Gophers of Minnesota.
Yeah, we'll take it. Good job, Dockster. Good job. Everybody gets a good job here on the show. Nice job today.
Good
on a Wednesday.
job.
Good.
See, that went a different direction. I thought since Phillip Rivers has 10 kids, the Donkster would idolize him.
Oh, my God.
He's a legend.
Yeah, he does. You're right.
There you go.
There we go. Well, that's going to do it for this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Always love having you here on the show with us. For Chelsea, I'm Jinx. Have a great Wednesday. See you tomorrow.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. It's time to sweat with Joe O and Sammy P. Get ready to fire. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome in on this Wednesday. Hanging out with you for the next 3 hours. BetMGM Network. It's Joe and Sam, per usual. Nick Collins will be dropping by in about 20 minutes. Gotta talk to him. Is this Trevor Lawrence thing real? Like back-to-back good games. Is this really going to stick? Some other stuff going on throughout the league. Had a lot of fun putting together the power rankings list. I'm looking forward to this. We're going to talk about at 10 a.m. Eastern our top 5 most washed quarterbacks we've ever seen, with the possibility that Phillip Rivers is active on Sunday and playing for the Indianapolis Colts. A lot of dogs, teasers. Maybe we'll play nickel or dime. We'll have a lightning bet or two. Sam, for me, it was another night of not being able to sleep. How you feeling?
I'm okay. Getting ready to truck down to New York in about 4.5 hours from now.
Oh, yeah.
Only a couple more, though, because we're only going through, I guess, the first of the year. We may have to go one more time in January, but this whole 25 hours in New York looks like it's coming to an end for this season. Well, Bear Bets has been sort of cemented as a college football show.
Yeah.
So I guess once we get through the regular season, we do a bowl preview show. We preview the playoff games, and then maybe we do another show before the Final Four, I guess. And then no more New York.
Yeah.
No more leaving at 1 o'clock on Wednesday and getting home at 8 o'clock on Thursday, which is a nice breath of fresh air after doing that every week since mid-August.
You'll miss it after a little while.
I don't know.
You're like, maybe this wouldn't be bad without everything else all at the same time, right? Like just having that trip to New York just for that would be kind of cool. Okay, that makes sense. I thought you were saying schedule-wise you wouldn't be going during the playoffs, but you will. It's just, man, everything's just going to come to an abrupt end like that. See, the NFL is going to be a slow drift. And then with college, like once we got that selection Sunday, it's like we have a little bit of a delay, but then once it starts, it feels like it's going to end quickly.
Well, I do sort of understand it from the Fox perspective because as powerful as Fox has become in the college football space, once you get through the regular season, Fox doesn't really do anything else. They do the Big Ten championship, but then when you get to bowl season, it's like ESPN just
ABC
takes over. So I guess I understand that we're not going to have a big presence, at least on the air. So it does make sense. I also, when you were teasing our quarterbacks that we're going to do in power rankings, if somebody was wondering whether you said washed or washed with an S-S-H, because that's a much different list. Yeah, if we're doing the most watched quarterbacks of all time.
Yeah.
You know, there have been several that I've either had money on or against a lot in my life, but we went washed. I wonder how many similarities we're going to have because we did 5 quarterbacks a pop. And I'm sure we have at least one in common, but I think it's going to be a very different list.
I know of one you're going to put on your list, so I avoided him. He did not make my list. I think depends on the approach. So the idea of washed is you reach a certain level of success and you no longer can compete. Like that's how I approached it. I think it's going to be pretty fun. And maybe there's a current player or two that will be making the list today. And I'd like to hear from people. Bet_sweats. When you think on Twitter, most washed quarterbacks ever, like what's the first thing that pops in your, that guy hung on a little bit too long, no, he was long done. Should not have kept going. That kind of lingers in your brain when you think about him. That's going to be a really fun conversation in about an hour from now. Did not want to start with college basketball. We will get there. We'll talk about those games last night, but let's go positive. We've been pretty negative for obvious reasons. We've been leaning that way for a couple months here on the show for obvious reasons, but let's go positive. White Sox win the draft lottery. Were you pumped?
I saw Chris Getz with the biggest smile on his face. He, of course, is the GM of the White Sox. He's just standing there. Him and Harold Baines, who Jerry Reinsdorf loves to death. God. So Baines and Getz, big smiles. I think as a White Sox fan, though, they're going to find a way to screw it up. They're going to take a pitcher who needs Tommy John in 6 months or something like that.
No.
I would just take the shortstop from UCLA.
You have to take the shortstop. They're going to have the most money to spend. I can't believe I'm this excited. I feel like I'm more excited about it than you. But I'm mostly excited about it because that UCLA shortstop that everybody has as the number 1 prospect in this draft, his name, Rock Chalowski. Like, is that the most Chicago South Side thing ever? And he looks legit. We'll see. I actually was going over former first overall picks. And it's interesting the number that hit, the number we're unsure of, and then the number that are outright failures. But yeah, it's viewed, people that cover this, as a pretty strong draft. And at the very top, it's strong. It sounds like a big difference between 1 for the Chicago White Sox and then 2 for Tampa Bay. But that was funny. And of course it's Harold, and you know the story, but those that don't, like, he's in the Hall of Fame because Jerry Reinsdorf got him in the Hall of Fame. He got his buddies together. He really wanted Harold in. He made that push, and he goes in. He was there representing the White Sox. They had the best chance to get the number one pick, and they got it though. So I mean, maybe this is the guy. Maybe this is the White Sox player that I'll be able to recite when you go, name a White Sox player. How about Rock Chalowski? That's my
You
guy.
just like him because he's Polish. Don't lie.
Yes.
That's why you like him.
I'm not lying. I'm telling you. That's why I like him. Not only is he number one, he sounds like he's Southside Chicago. Like, you got to take this guy. I can't wait. Even though I've never seen him have an at-bat in his life.
We got a couple tweets yesterday about baseball and about win totals. One of our listeners said his favorite part about the summer last year was just rooting against the Rockies every day because this show was a big Rockies under show. We did good with the White Sox, too. 2 years ago, worst record. Last year, played the over. I remember that number came out when we were on the air. I think it was DraftKings that put the markets up first, and they put up that 49.5. And I said, fire the cannons. Like, we're going over on this. And days later, it was 52.5. Then it was 54.5. So we've had a pretty good run with these baseball win totals. I have no idea what to do yet. Somebody had DM'd me last week, hey, what are we doing with win totals this year? I'm like, they're not even out yet. They're not even out yet.
Not ready. Can we have free agency? Can we wait a little bit? Let's let things settle in. But I saw Mets fans freaking out yesterday. That was kind of funny. So they fall out of the lottery and they lose Edwin Diaz in the same day. Like, that was amusing. I don't know if you saw Frank the Tank.
No. Frank the Tank.
He was eating his glasses again.
I like Frank the Tank. I think he's funny in pockets, but I get the same vibes. Frank the Tank and Annie Agar just do the same thing. All their content's the same.
Really?
Yeah.
Annie Agar?
I
was not expecting a Agar Frank the Tank comp on the show today.
They've got one pitch, and that's all they throw. And it's just like, it's funny, but I can't consume it every day. I just can't. I need more versatility in my life.
I'm totally with you. But I will say, when I saw it, I was in the mood for Frank the Tank. Like, a lot of times you see him like, oh, this is very predictable. I know what he's going to do, blah, blah, blah. But it made me laugh because maybe it was fake, but genuinely, he was being informed about Edwin Diaz when he was sitting at a desk with, of course, a video camera rolling. And it was pretty funny. But you're right. One speed. You're right.
Did you ever see, by the way, the video? We talk a lot of cooking on this show and grilling and smoking and all that. Have you ever seen the video when Frank the Tank does the ribs?
No.
I'm going to send it to you during the break. It's horrible what he does.
Wait, he cooked? He cooked them?
He tries. I think he tried to cook them at like 600 degrees.
He just wanted to eat.
And they open the lid and they're just black. All black. They never stood a chance. He burnt those things to a crisp.
I went by the ribs in the grocery store yesterday. I'm like, ooh, it's been less than a week. Might be time to smoke ribs again. They were that good.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're going to start doing ribs like once a month, I bet. Especially if Jack likes them and the family enjoys them. Yeah. You got to do the chicken thighs. Chicken thighs are next.
Okay. All right. That's that'll be good. We'll have time coming up. All right. College hoops. So at the end of the game, you're kind of around the number. Were you rooting for a key 3 or 2 to fall? Or you're like, okay, Illini win, but don't cover? Like, where were you at mentally? I was curious as I was watching it.
I wanted Ohio State to win outright.
Yeah.
I can put my fandom aside. You know, we had a good bet. Ohio State +5. They lose 88-80, so do not cover. Illinois wins on the road. 2 freshmen, by the way, go on the road for the first time in the Big Ten and score 20+. It's a really good basketball team, as we've talked about on this show. But Illinois is up 3 with 48 seconds left, and they kick it out to a 7-footer who fires a 3 from the left wing. It hits the rim, bounces straight up in the air, and goes like,
yep.
There goes that. So you go from, 83-80. The shot was missed, but it went straight up and through. So now you're down 6, then you come down the court, turn it over. Illinois hits a couple free throws. That's it. They're down 3 with a minute to go and you're holding 5. Like, that's a 50-50 proposition. And we were on the wrong side last night. I would make that bet again tonight. Swear to God.
I took Clemson plus 6.5. They're up by 22, and I'm sweating that. I'm sweating that until the end. It's crazy. But that's college basketball. Yeah.
Did you watch the game?
I kept checking the score, and then I watched the end. Yeah, I watched that buzzer beater.
That freshman is unbelievable. DeBonsa for BYU.
Whew. Oh, yeah.
28, 9, and 6. Yeah, he's a monster. A couple slips floating around last night. I'm not saying I made that or I even like this bet, but it raised my eyebrows a bit. A couple guys I know bet him to win the Wooden Award, and he was 18, 20-1. I don't think that price is the same this morning, but he showed out on national TV, and that was a slower game too. Like, if he's playing against Illinois or against Michigan, he's going to have 40 points because there's more possessions. I mean, Clemson brought that game down to a crawl. He is as good as advertised, A.J. DeBonsa.
Yeah, so they hit a 3 at the very end, BYU does, 67-64. That closed 4.5. When we started our show yesterday, it was 7.5. Lightning bets 6.5. So you saw that trickle all day, and you were talking about the respected money that was on the side of the dog there. And then the big game with a couple of ranked teams that people were paying attention to, UConn gets it done again. Based on the close, push. Right on the number. Man, they're good. They're good on these numbers. So UConn wins. They are now 9-1 on the year. Great start for them. But you know what? Like, even in these losses, like Florida, they look all right.
Yeah, a lot of losses, though, so far, 5-4. And I know they've been against mostly good teams. I mean, they've lost to, at the time of loss, number 13 Arizona, number 4 Duke, number 5 UConn. The other loss was to TCU, which is not as great as the previous 3 that I mentioned. They're going to be right there, though. They're too well coached. They're too talented. And they also are replacing a lot of pieces from a national title team. So, I think a lot of people were thinking, oh, well, UConn's going to take time to gel. Nope, not UConn. It's Florida. Florida's the team that is taking a little bit extra time to gel, and that's what happened. Win a title and lose important pieces. But, to go toe for toe with all those teams, I mean, they lost to Duke by a point at Duke, lost to by 6, and then lose to UConn by 4 in a game that was really, really tight. I don't watch Florida and think it's now Kentucky and think this problem, but I don't get that vibe with Florida.
Yep, for sure. I think it was that expected a little bit that it would take some time, and it is going to take some time. So curious once they get into conference play, night in, night out, like it's not going to get easier too, right? Like you have the tough schedule right now, but life is not going to get easier for Florida. So you got that in college hoops, and maybe you'll feel a little bit better about the White Sox because I was looking at those number 1 picks I mentioned, and you got Skeens a few years ago, a no doubter. And then you get some like we're unsure of with Jackson Holiday or Adley Rushman. He's been up and down so far. And then you have your outright bust. But I was reminded, wow, 2009 to 2012, number 1 picks. Strasburg, Harper, Garrett Cole, Carlos Correa. Like that. Woo. It's all about when you get it. Like, just, is it the right year? And do you make the right pick? So Chris Getz, no pressure. They're going to keep your job or eventually lose your... Oh, no, they don't lose your job in the White Sox. I forgot.
Nope. It's like the mafia. You just move up. You keep moving up.
That's right. Must be nice. Joe O, Sammy P, you've got Bet Sweats up next. We check in with our buddy Nate Collins. He hangs out here. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Sam, Wednesday's garbage day. Paul didn't know what day's garbage day by him. So I had to move the garbage can. Damn, is it cold. And I'm like, it's going to be 30 degrees colder than it is right now, which is already freezing once we get to Sunday for that Bears-Browns game. And that's going to be the case throughout the country. It already is. Let's bring in Nate Collins to talk about that a little bit, along with everything else. The Green Light Podcast, which is presented by BetMGM. Dr. Facts, we still got a month of the regular season left, and the weather is already playing an impact in some of these games. You've done it. Tell us, what's it like playing around 0 degrees or even worse?
If you're not a person that can mentally block out real physical pain or things that you're enduring, it's going to be really, really tough. And this is what I tell people. Everyone, they think if you grew up somewhere, or like if you grew up in a cold climate area, that like you should be quote unquote used to the cold. But in reality, when it's cold outside, if you have loving and smart parents, they make you put on hats, gloves, layers. You're not out there sleeveless, running around actively trying to tackle people or throw passes or do these type of things. And people have to realize when it gets to how cold it's going to be this weekend, you need more time to warm up. You need a lot more time to do certain things. And it's funny to see, it's going to be funny to see like how it impacts, but both of these teams are from cold weather cities. So they should have ways to combat this, but this will be a game where after every third or fourth down, you will see the teams running to the sideline to those heaters to warm up for the next possession.
I remember covering a couple Bears games that were 7-8 degrees or so. I'm in the press box, freezing my nuts off. And I got guys like you on the field, like, no sleeves. I'm like, these people are insane. Like, and I know there's always that teammate or two that says, we're not going sleeves. How does that conversation go in the locker room?
I mean, whatever makes you play comfortably. And I was always a guy, I did not care what anyone thought. If I felt cold and if I want to wear sleeves, I don't care if I look uncool. I don't care if you're ruining the swag of the D line. Hey, if I'm not comfortable, I know it's something that's going to affect me mentally. So I'm not going to do it. So I was a guy that I would wear sleeves, or a lot of people's, their little trick is you got to lather up with a lot of Vaseline. And that helps you out a little bit, keep your body heat in when you're out there sweating and running around when it's below zero and the wind chill. It's really the wind chill. Like, it's not so much of how cold it is. It's when you're out there and you feel that gust of wind come through your helmet, and it just like freezes your cheeks and the muscles in your face while you're playing. It's a lot sometimes.
Right off the lake, Chicago, Cleveland, too, makes it even worse. Okay, so for the listeners and viewers here, just to hammer this home, like they're looking, okay, is there a betting angle? So, like Tua's record, freezing temps. At Pittsburgh, Monday night. It's going to be damn cold, probably. Goff is going to deal with the elements. The Lions' playoff lives might be on the line week 18 at Chicago, and maybe that's a night game, a primetime game, possibly. Like going against guys in that sort of weather, do you think that's a thing, or has that just kind of been like it's been random? Like it depends what kind of team they're on.
I think it depends, and it's something where when it's cold like that, for wide receivers, it's the ball's harder. If that makes sense, like the ball gets harder when it's cold out, so it in turns is harder for guys to catch passes. But I think when it gets cold like this, the teams that can run the ball successfully, they will be the ones that win these games. And I think teams want to try to impose their will when it's cold like this, because it is something where for defenders, you have to want to tackle in this type of weather. Like, we already see it. My biggest pet peeve right now in the game for defenses is defenders that think that they can tackle anyone with a shoulder and they don't wrap up. And right now, when it gets cold, if you're not wrapping up and making short tackles, we're going to see a lot of teams either be successful at this or maybe lose games when it comes to tackling when it's really, really cold, because there is a different element to the game when you have to tackle guys when it's these type of temperatures out.
The Bengals are dead, so no Burrow in the playoffs. The Chiefs look dead, and I've been saying they're not going to make it, so maybe no Mahomes. And the Ravens are half suck, half hurt, and Lamar's clearly hurt. So you could have an AFC playoff picture without Burrow, Mahomes, and Lamar. Who's coming out of the AFC?
Duval.
3 seed. 3 seed.
Well, I mean, I picked the Pats, and then obviously I like the Jags. But yeah, like, I think the Jags, they're gonna find their way in there. I don't know why you're shaking your head. The Jags, they've been playing amazing these past few games, and they're playing like a team that we're going the right way. We're going the right way in trajectory. We're playing, whether guys are injured. I think we really have guys coming back. Strange is a great addition that we have back in the lineup the past few weeks, and I just think looking down these past few games, obviously we control our own destiny, and I like that feeling for the Jags right now, as well as the Pats. The Pats have some big games coming up. Everyone thinks that they haven't really played anyone yet, but it's going to be interesting, and them versus the Bills coming up at the back half of the season or end of the season, it's going to be electric. I can't wait for that.
Is Howie Roseman going to draft a quarterback?
Ooh. Who knows? Who knows? I mean, why not? I mean, he's proven himself to be like an amazing GM, and I'm trying to think over the past few years where he's maybe quote unquote missed. So, like, if he did choose to draft a quarterback, I feel like he knows what he's doing and he's proven that. So it's one of those things where whether fans or people like it or not, they're just going to have to deal with it, because he's a guy that obviously he's proven that he knows how to pick players and quote unquote finish puzzles, find the right puzzle pieces for his teams. And I think I don't think it would be any different if he did go out there to grab a quarterback.
Maybe we just follow this trend. You know, the Colts bring in Rivers. What's Michael Vick up to these days? Maybe just bring Vick back again to Philly. Can you imagine Dr.
How about
Fax
you, Nate?
being 44?
You got a snap?
Can you imagine?
You got one?
Yeah, 44
No.
years old. Come on back. Lace him up. You're 37. Imagine wanting to play at that level in that league at 44.
Yeah, we laugh in the studio, and it's just like I honestly don't think I can probably get through like a full week of like in-season practice, like to even get to the game, like if I'm being honest. And like, shout out to Phillip Rivers. I think he's actively coaching football. And the thing about quarterbacks is, as long as your arm has been quote unquote warmed up and just like hasn't been in the tank, which it seems like if he's a coach and he's coaching his son who's a quarterback, he probably is throwing the ball every single day. So, and then all the stories coming out saying that his son's team that he's coaching, they're already running the Colts offense. So it's going to be interesting to see. But all I think about is the fact that not this game or even this game, if he gets thrown in the fire, he's starting out, he's playing against Seattle's defense and then Houston's defense. I almost feel like that it's like potentially, I don't even know the right terms, but it's just like it's like some sort of domestic violence. Like, that's someone's grandfather. Like, I don't want to necessarily see him take a hit from like Al Shair or any of these guys, and like that's a possibility of happening. And I can't imagine like how that possibly might look if one of these guys get a clean shot at him, and obviously that's part of football, and I just don't want to see something bad happen to a 44-year-old. I just feel like overall it might look bad for the game.
He's also a semi finalist for the class of 2026 Hall of Fame. If they activate him, he's got to reset the Hall of Fame clock, and then he would wait another 5 years to see if he's even going to make it. I thought this was interesting. JJ Watt tweets out yesterday, fun fact learned in production meetings. Phillip Rivers ran the same offense as the Colts for his son Gunner's high school team this season. He and Shane Steichen spoke weekly about it, discussing plays and even film. So familiarity with the scheme should be no problem whatsoever. Yeah, that's not the issue. It's a 44-year-old man.
It's not the issue, but honestly, to be frank, I just feel like it sucked that Riley Leonard. I think he got hurt a little bit, but as a Jags guy, I must say Riley Leonard, the spot that he was put in this past game, he actually played pretty decent. He had a touchdown call back on a penalty, alignment, assignment penalty. He had a few really good passes that honestly, if I am the Colts, like, it's dark days there for them, but you do have a running back that can take over games. And if your O-line can maybe get back to the way they were playing at the beginning of the season, you might not have to rely on the quarterback position too much. But I think with Riley Leonard, if he is healthy, even though they are bringing in Phillip Rivers, I think that kid, like, he will be good and he can help them potentially. I don't know what the Colts. Obviously, they're still in the hunt right now. It's going to be hard for them, and they just have to figure out a way to maybe get a couple wins so they can sneak into the playoffs.
I thought about you Sunday night. I pictured you on the couch with your feet up, bucket of popcorn, watching the Texans defense, man, just having a ball, watching them go to work.
You know it, man. I just feel like it's going to be great just to see different teams in the playoffs. I think it helps the NFL, and I don't want to seem like I'm a Mahomes hater. I just feel like it's good to have a little bit of the playoff pictures shaken up and not people feeling like, I think the outside in, now being a fan and just hearing so many fans believe that there's a real script and how things are already written out. It's when we need more of Kansas City and the favorites not making to the playoffs, so that maybe that thought and that mindset for some of these fans will leave and not feel that way, because I think that's how they feel, and they feel like, hey, Mahomes, they're always going to put Mahomes in because of the ratings or this and that. So hopefully they don't make it so that some of those narratives can die out.
Couple more minutes here, Nate Collins. Do you have a pick on New England, Buffalo, Green Bay, Denver, or any other game? Jacksonville laying a monster number this weekend.
Yeah, I'm more interested in the Panthers versus the Saints. The Panthers, in a sense, control their own destiny, battling with the Bucs right now. I mean, if the Panthers, imagine at the end of the year seeing the Panthers at the top of the division. I feel like unless you're in Carolina, no one picked that or seen that. I know Chris Long is a huge Bryce Young fan and Stan, so like he's excited about this, but I just feel like Shuck, the way he's playing, he has a little momentum down there in New Orleans, and it'll be interesting to see if the Panthers can keep that spot. They're tied for first right now, and the Bucs, I feel like they're not playing good ball right now. So this is the time, if they can maybe not slip up in a game where you're supposed to win and you end up lose, it's going to be interesting to see what the Panthers can do these last couple of games for their division.
We got like a minute left. If you were a player on this Notre Dame team and your program decided we're not going to go to a bowl game, how would you feel about that?
I'm pissed because I'm just thinking about the money. That's what I'm really like. If we're not going to play in a game, if we're not going to the college football playoffs, all these NIL deals, it's funny to think about. Like, I feel like they're predicated on maybe bonuses or whatever it is to to make a bowl game or play in a bowl game. And I just never thought about it. If the school ends up being like, oh, we're not going, I wonder if that's potentially taking money out of some of these kids' pockets because they're not playing in that extra game or whatever it may be. But I feel like it's sour grapes. Like, you guys seem like sore losers, and it sucks because realistically the kids, they obviously have no say in it. I just feel like the way how fast they put out that they weren't going to go, unless they told the kids before the game, which I find like they wouldn't. Hey, if we lose this game, we're not going to a bowl game. I don't see them saying that. So I just feel like it's messed up, and they look bad. They look bad. Join a conference. This won't happen. Stop being greedy with TV rights. This won't happen.
Nate Collins, Greenlight Podcast. Thank you for jumping on. Enjoy your birthday weekend. Hope you got some. I'm sure you got some fun stuff planned. All right. Always, Nate Collins. There, we'll talk to him next week right here on the show. And speaking of Notre Dame, talk about Marcus Freeman. Man, his name's being connected to a lot of NFL jobs right now. A little uncomfortable in South Bend. That's next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Well, Sammy P, appreciate Nate Collins dropping by. Top of the hour. We're really looking forward to this. We're going to power rank the top 5, according to us, most washed, W-A-S-H, quarterbacks of all time. That should be a fun conversation. So we'll get to that coming up. You know, there's a lot. We ended the conversation with Notre Dame with Nate there, and it seems like more and more has trickled out. It sounded like, and I don't know that they should bear this responsibility, but the Notre Dame captains ended up making the decision of not playing in the bowl game. At least that's how the Notre Dame AD made it sound. But the Notre Dame AD is also pissing off a lot of people. The Big 12 commissioner comes out and says that his behavior this week has been egregious, as he's been doing a lot of national interviews, going on Dan Patrick's show. That made headlines. I saw him on Barstool. He was talking to Portnoy on their TV show. Like, he's been going Notre Dame AD. He's a tough guy to book, but now he's been on a media tour this week, which has been pretty entertaining. But now Marcus Freeman, connection to the Giants, like, that's coming out of South Bend. That's what a lot of Notre Dame people are very concerned about with this playoff. If they want to keep their independence, not go into a conference, you wonder if Freeman's like, you know what, this might happen again. I should go in the NFL. I mean, that guy can name wherever he wants to go. He can go. That's how highly he's thought of right now.
So we haven't talked about Notre Dame opting out of bowl season. We did on Monday. We addressed them missing the playoff, and we've already had that conversation. If you want to go back and listen, you can go to the Monday episode and find it wherever you consume your podcasts. But we haven't talked about them not going to a bowl, and it's funny. There's a lot of biases there. The pro Notre Dame people are like, yeah, this is awesome, we don't need bowls. And anybody who hates Notre Dame is like, cowards, bitches, you know. So it's like, if you like Notre Dame, you're okay with it. If you hate Notre Dame, you're like, oh, they're taking their ball and going home. So I think it's a bad look. And personally, I think they should go to a bowl game and just destroy somebody. But they've made their decision. They're not going to go. I don't think it changes the way that recruits perceive Notre Dame. I don't think there's a kid who's a 4- or 5-star prospect, sees Notre Dame leaving a bowl game and says, oh, I'm not going to go there because they just gave up on their season. I don't think it's that serious. But it is funny. Like, I have Notre Dame friends who are like, this is awesome, stick it to the system. And then people that hate Notre Dame are like, cowards, you know. So
Feinbaum, you see Feinbaum?
Yeah.
Nobody watches Notre Dame anyways. Yeah, nobody watches Notre Dame.
Notre Dame is better than any team in the SEC right now. So put that in your pipe and smoke it, will you? I mean, power rating wise, I have them better than every SEC team. I have them, let's see, on a neutral, I'd make Notre Dame a 1-point favorite on Georgia. And maybe that's wrong. Yeah. Maybe Georgia would beat them. But, you know, I was texting with Metcalf the other day, and he said, I have them number 3 in the country from a rating standpoint. And this is the best college football odds maker I know. He goes, you want the 12 best teams or the best teams to make the 12-team playoff, however you want to shape it. The fact that you don't have the number 3 team is asinine. And I agree with him, but I'm not going to sit here and like complain about it. Like, okay, they made a decision. Yeah. They're not in the playoff. Move on. I don't think it's a good look personally for them to opt out of a bowl game. But I think that Notre Dame, unfortunately, thinks it's too big or too strong to go to the Pop-Tarts Bowl. I don't know. If I was them, I'd be going. If I was the coach, I'd say we're playing, but they're not.
I think they didn't want to give ESPN Notre Dame and its fans. I think that's part of it too. Like, they're so pissed at how this thing went down, and they're in all along. And then at the end, they were all thinking that they were in. That was one conversation we didn't hear. Like, the Notre Dame AD is everywhere this week. Where was he before? Well, they thought they were in. They were told they were in all year, and nothing changed. So why would we not be in? So I think that's how that went down. I don't think it's awesome they're not going. I just don't, like, whatever. These bowl games are almost meaningless now. But what the Big 12 commissioner did, like, we've lived this, Sam, and I tweeted about it the other night. People love to provide protection for Jim Phillips, and I don't know why. That guy just based on the tiebreaker situation, you could argue that he should lose his job as the ACC commissioner. And we lived it when he was here, Northern Illinois, Northwestern. That guy's got a lot of friends. He's very savvy as far as that goes. And now you got the Big 12 commissioner taking shots at the Notre Dame AD because he's protecting Jim Phillips in that sense. So I thought that was pretty comical, but just a lot of drama, man. Always a lot of drama, always a lot of arguing when it comes to college football. It is entertaining, but in Freeman's future, we keep hearing Giants being mentioned. See, it's not just the Giants. Most years, it feels like it's usually around 7 or 8 jobs that open up. And it's more and more because now you're seeing coaches getting fired after 1 or 2 years instead of waiting 3, 4. Like, you start going over that list, I'm like, wait a second. Okay, you got all these jobs. Where are the coaches? I think Pittsburgh or Baltimore, whichever one does not win that division, there's a chance of change there. Cleveland, I think for sure Stefanski's gone. Tennessee, you already made that deal. Carroll might be one and done in Vegas. Maybe Andy Reid retires. He sees this is going to be a bit of a reset. Atlanta, they're going to fire that dude. The Giants already have their opening. Maybe Tampa. Like, what has Bowles done down there if they fade away? Arizona, I think they could make a change. So you're probably going to have 8, 9 jobs open. And where are the coaches? So I'm looking this morning. New York Giants next head coach. Freeman is the favorite. -200.
Whew.
The second favorite is Mike McCarthy. I'm saying, like, where are the coaches at? Third, Chris Shula. Fourth, Clint Kubiak. Titans head coach. There are co-favorites for that job. Would you like to take a guess?
I have no idea.
Both former coaches. Matt Nagy and Cliff Kingsbury are the co-favorites. Like, tell me Freeman can't name his price. Look at these coaches that are being mentioned right now for these openings.
He's such a perfect fit for Notre Dame. I don't know if he has aspirations to coach in the NFL. I've never covered the guy, never met the guy, so I don't know, and I'm not going to act like I do. But if he's all about, Catholicism and faith and family, where's a better fit than Notre Dame? I mean, if he's there, he's going to win 9, 10 games a year, go to a big bowl game or a playoff game every single year. And he's relatable. He's young. He's exuberant, exciting. Players love him. That stuff goes away in the NFL when you're not winning. And there's a very good chance he goes to a team that doesn't win. And then you learn about the resiliency and the competitive drive and all that. Like, it's easy to coach at Notre Dame when you have a legit team. Again, I just told you, Matt Metcalf, former Circa guy, says they're the number 3 team in terms of power ranking and talent. So you're going to have that every year at Notre Dame. You're going to have a top 5 talent. You go to the Giants suck. You go to the Raiders, they're awful. You go to the Titans. I mean, that's the problem. Now, you brought up a couple jobs that I think are interesting, and those are the jobs in the AFC North, potentially, if they open up. Pittsburgh and Baltimore. There's a lot that makes sense there because those are championship cultures. Those are teams that have won rings, that expect victory, that expect to go to the playoffs. If that Baltimore job were to open up, or the Pittsburgh job, that would be a nice connection, I think, him there. But I'm not leaving Notre Dame to go coach the Giants or coach the Raiders and deal with all the cooks in that kitchen, like between Davis and Brady and whoever else is calling for shots there. It'd have to be a really, really solid organization, I would think, to get him there, because I don't feel like Marcus Freeman's the type of guy that deals with a lot of temptation and deals with a lot of, angel devil. Like, for him, it's one way to do it, and it's the right way. And I don't think leaving Notre Dame for a bad franchise is the way to go. So it depends on the job that opens up. Does he really want to put his family through the ringer and go to the Giants, and they're going to win 4 or 5 games next year and then see what happens, and then, he's fired after 3 years because you can't cut it at the NFL level. Like, that's one way it could play out if he leaves for New York.
I don't even know what Freeman makes, but I know I saw it out there yesterday that according to the tax documents in 23, he made more than $7.3 million. And they gave him a new extension last December, and they're probably going to give him another extension maybe this December or January. I think they're just going to keep giving him raises. They've made it clear that they want to keep him no matter what. It doesn't matter what it's going to cost, and we know Notre Dame has the money. So, yeah, I think you're saying that he stays, but there are some jobs that could have temptation. Again, going back to that Pittsburgh one, let's say they don't win the division and Tomlin's out. Like, they keep their coaches 20 years. That's something that you would go for, not with bad ownership like Atlanta, the Giants, the Jets. Like, no, if that were to open. No, you don't go there. But one of those top jobs, maybe. What if you find out, hey, Patrick Mahomes is looking for a coach? Like, that's possible if Andy Reid doesn't want to go through this, whatever they're going to be going through over the next couple of years. So, yeah, that dude is in a great spot. But you're right about talent. That's certainly a strong call by you. And I didn't even know this. Did you know that if Notre Dame's in the top 12 next year, they're automatically in?
Yeah, I heard about that, which is a crazy thing for the committee to do. That's probably not something that should be a thing. According to this story from Yahoo, Freeman's estimated salary is $9.5 million per year, and that extension takes him through December 2030.
Yeah, it's going to be more. There's probably going to be another one. There's going to have to be. He's probably going to get to 15 or 12 to 15, somewhere in that range. But
Cignetti's almost 12 now.
Yeah, you've got to match that at least. I'm sure he wants to bring a championship to South Bend so people can stop referencing 87. All right, up next, power rankings, top 5 most washed quarterbacks. We want to hear from you, bet_sweats on Twitter. We do that next right here on the BetMGM Network.
Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. means it's time for this week's Power Rankings. They could be good, they could be bad, but everything is on the table on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
All right, we do Power Rankings every Wednesday on the show. Thank you for hanging out. This is going to be a lot of fun. Probably, I think, one of my more favorite lists that we've made in quite some time. And there are some that did not make the cut for me. I don't know about you, Sam. With Phillip Rivers joining the Colts practice squad, we'll see if they activate him. We'll see if he ends up playing or Riley Leonard's able to go. At 44 years old, who's the most washed quarterback you've ever seen? Not the worst, but the most washed. Certain level at some point, and then, oh, geez, this guy needs to hang on up. Please retire already. And some of them just hang on to the game. They hang on a little bit too long. That's what we're talking about. We have a list of top 5, each of us, and send us your names. Comes to mind. Most washed quarterbacks. Bet_sweats on Twitter, bet_sweats. Sam, sometimes there are guys that just hang them up early. Like you were thinking Trevor Lawrence might be like Andrew Luck or Barry Sanders if we're thinking non-quarterbacks. Guys that retire, according to many people, way too early, while we're going the flip side here with washed quarterbacks. So why don't you start us off?
I tried to take quarterbacks that were good and then weren't, but there is a guy on my list that was never good, although he was supposed to be good. So, again, it's my list. I'm going to do what I want. Honorable mentions, I should say, before we start. Favre with the Jets and the very, very end of Peyton Manning's career in Denver. Those were bad, but they weren't bad enough to say that they were the most washed. Also, Favre kind of turned it around in Minnesota. Like, the Minnesota years weren't bad. The Jets year was awfully, threw 22 picks that year. So my 5, from 5 to 1, Cade McNown. He was the first quarterback I got excited about. I was 10 years old when they drafted Cade McNown, and he was supposed to be the savior, the future. And he started 15 games, won 3 of them in Chicago. Now, they said during the draft, I remember, like, I was all in on the Bears when I was younger and before I had to work in the media and cover the team. I remember during the draft, I think it was Mel Kiper was like, I'm worried about his arm strength, worried about quarterback, running back. They were like, he can't throw the ball far and he doesn't have a good arm. And I was like, nah, what is this Count Chocula looking fool? No. Well, he was right. He was right. Cade could not throw the ball. And Cade turned on the fans right away, man. He told fans, if you're going to boo, don't come to the games. I remember there was a game against the Giants when he was overthrowing guys left and right. He's like, well, the receivers are tired. They're not in shape. You're like, this guy's a dick, man. Like, and he's not good enough to be acting this way. So he was never good in the pros. He was really good in college and then flamed out in the pros. So it's sort of an asterisk, but I put Cade McNown number 5. Now we get into the guys that were once good that then just flamed out. Number 4, Donovan McNabb. He was really good for a long time, and then he just wasn't. Now, he had some issues injury-wise, and he wasn't able to run the ball in the back end of his career. But McNabb was one of those players that he could just make any play. He could do it with his arm, do it with his legs. That stretch from 2000, 2001 to about 2008, he was awesome. He was a dual threat. He had an offense built around him, catered to his skill set. And then after that last injury, he had no mobility. And do you remember? I remember him going to Washington and playing for the Redskins. Then he went to Minnesota for 6 starts. And it was like, he was 1-5, completing 60% of his passes, had no zip on the fastball. He fell apart, and it happened fast. And you knew kind of like when the Minnesota Twins or the Tampa Bay Rays give up on a prospect or a player, it's time. When Andy Reid said enough is enough, that should have been the sign. And then Washington tried it, Minnesota tried it, did not work out. So number 4, Donovan McNabb. Number 3, you know where I'm going here. Another Chicago twist. This guy I thought was going to be a player. I had his jersey when I was younger. Who didn't like Cordell Stewart? A young Cordell Stewart. I did. Yeah, I did. And the number 10, the black and gold. Yeah, man, he was awesome. there was that Super Bowl where he threw a pass, caught a pass, and ran. He did all three, triple threat. There was a prop on that in Vegas, by the way, in that Super Bowl. But he was exciting. 2001, they were 13-3. He was fourth in the MVP. 2 years later, he's basically out of the league. And I was a freshman in high school when the Bears brought in Cordell Stewart. Nah, that wasn't it. 7 touchdowns, 12 picks, a 2-5 record as a starter, and that was it. He went to Baltimore after that, never played really. Enough was enough for Cordell. He was young and exciting, and then he wasn't. Number 2, more Philly love. I can't wait to hear Paul break down my list. Carson Wentz. He's been washed, man. He's been washed. He's a number 2 pick in the draft. They win the Super Bowl, granted, with Nick Foles, but Wentz was, third in the MVP running that year in 2017? And then in 2020, he was completely cooked. 16 tutties, 15 picks, 3-8-1 as a starter, and then the carousel started. He goes to Indy, doesn't work. He goes to Washington, it doesn't work. He bangs around with the Rams and the Chiefs. Now he's a Viking, and I don't think we're ever going to see him again, but to go where he went early in his career, perennial playoff contenders, Super Bowl team, and then just a backup who can't do anything right. I put Carson Wentz on line 2. And number 1, the most washed quarterback that I've ever seen with my very eyes, is a guy who won an MVP in this league at age 26 with Carolina. Superman. And when I saw him last, he was here in New England, throwing passes into the dirt at a clip of like 56% accuracy. 8 touchdowns, 10 picks. Teams weren't even scared of the aerial threat. Guys were putting 8 players in the box when Cam Newton was the Patriots quarterback. Joe, he couldn't complete a forward pass. And if he did, it was a check down. It was a dump off into the flat. He had absolutely nothing at the very end. And he was so brittle he couldn't run anymore because he took a lot of hits early in his career. Couldn't throw, couldn't run, could do nothing right. And then eventually Bill Belichick said, all right, we're going to take a kid named Mac Jones and we're going to move on. But when Cam was at his best, he was a weapon. He was a multifaceted weapon. At the very end, he could do nothing. Nothing. So Cam Newton, from MVP to washed very, very quickly.
Very good list. Cam 1, Wentz 2, /3, McNabb 4, McNown 5. It's a good list. Brought back a lot of memories for sure. I was excited when they drafted McNown too. And then I just saw his floating ducks as a southpaw. I'm like, oh, this is not going to be good. It looks so good at UCLA. They would score like into the 40s on a regular basis, but not so much once he got to the NFL. Once all those stories came out about him using handicap placards, like we're like, uh-oh, sounds like a bad guy. Sounds like a really bad guy. All right, list is pretty different. That's good. More conversation here. All right, number 5. I got a guy that played this year. I decided to put Russell Wilson on my list. Number 5, look at him, these last 3 stops. When you go in 3 years, 3 different places, dude, you're washed. It's over. Denver, Pittsburgh, New York Giants this year. He had that one game. People thought, okay, turn back the clock. Here we go with Russ. And it's been more awful this year. He's got to announce his retirement as soon as it's a wrap this season. Russell Wilson, number 5, most washed quarterbacks that I've seen washed in the National Football League. Number 4, I know the numbers aren't that bad, but and much of this is me hating how it ended for Joe Cool. No, Joe Montana is not supposed to be wearing Kansas City Chiefs red for his age 37, age 38 season. I know he was probably trying to prove a point. And there are some guys that, we could say washed and, they at least they stayed in one spot like Dan Marino, right? Joe Montana was only supposed to be 49ers quarterback. That's it. And then, he's in Kansas City the last 2 years. It just pissed me off. And now anytime I see a highlight of him and the Chiefs, I'm like, what was that? Why? Why did he have to end it that way? It was his choice. But compared to what he was as a 4-time Super Bowl winner, 3-time Super Bowl MVP, like, she's seeing Montana with the Chiefs just wasn't right. So I decided to put Montana number 4. Number 3, another name that did not crack your list. I did put Brett Favre on there, whether it was with the Jets or the Vikings. And you're right, he did have a year where kind of they brought back a little bit. And it did kind of make me smile, as mad as Packer fans were. How dare he go to the Minnesota Vikings? They're one of our rivals. Now he's dead to me. I'm an Aaron Rodgers guy forever. Whatever, dude. Whatever. That last year, 11 touchdowns, 19 interceptions. Favre at 41 was so washed. And it makes it easier to put him on this list when we find out how awful of a human being that he's been throughout his life, and he is right now. I'll never forget that Paul Allen call, and I know you won't either. When Favre threw that careless pick, and Allen, the home broadcast on the radio goes off on him. This is a Super Bowl! It was an awesome moment. Love that highlight. So Favre, number 3. Number 2, pretty recent vintage. Sorry, Giants fans. I know you were like, they got to bench him. They got to bench him. And then when they bench him, you got mad too. Like, pick a lane. What is it? Eli Manning was washed. You talked about Peyton earlier. I put Eli on the list at number 2 overall. At the end, like, he played 4 games. Are like, take a seat, dude. I know, Super Bowl MVP twice. Like, this is awful. It was funny to watch the New York fans meltdown because they were screaming that Eli sucks. Eli's over. You got to sit him. And then they sit him. Like, how can they disrespect Eli Manning in that way? Those were the hot takes. It was funny. I'll get you a show. All right, number 1. Very funny. Very funny, Sam. We both, I'll send you the list. We both end up with Cam Newton, number 1. Each of us. I had no similarities to you in with the rest of the list. We both had one similarity. The most washed quarterback we've ever seen is Cam Newton. When he hit 30, it was done. Whether it was Carolina the first time, Carolina the second time, New England in between, it was a wrap. Those last 3 years, in each of them, he had more interceptions than touchdowns. You're right. He was phenomenal for a time. When he was MVP, he was unstoppable. Great at Auburn. So fun to watch. Oh, man, at the end, that was quick. And I kind of have been thinking, is Lamar going to take that nosedive like Cam? Has it already started with Lamar Jackson? So that's my list. Cam 1, Eli 2, Favre 3, Montana 4, Russ 5.
I like that list. Both of them much different, but I have no arguments with your list, and I'm sure you don't have any with mine. I went with more of a Chicago-Philly flavor, not by design. It just kind of happened that way. And Cade McNown wasn't really, he was never really good at the NFL level. But in terms of my personal expectation, he was going to be the savior. He was going to be the next great Chicago quarterback. He was supposed to be better than Jim McMahon. That's what we heard. And then just the way that he handled everything and couldn't deal with the adversity and all that, he sucked, man. He was awful. I had his jersey, too. Apparently, guys that I had their jerseys just never panned out. I had a Ricky Williams Saints jersey, Cordell Stewart, Cade McNown. Yeah, bad. But Cam had that shoulder injury at the end, and he just couldn't throw. And I remember Belichick was scrambling to get a game plan together because they didn't have any other solutions. They were stuck with Cam. That was the year 2020. I was about to move to Boston, but then COVID happened. So I was following a lot of the Patriots stuff. And I remember some of the reports during COVID, this ain't good. Nothing was good. And that was the first year that I bet under a Belichick win total. The Newton year, the win total was 9. And you're like, well, it's Belichick. Like, they'll figure it out. Nope, they didn't. They went 7-9 that year because Cam Newton was atrocious.
Yeah, it was bad. I think that's hilarious. Independently, we come up with number one. It's like sort of recent, but yeah, just that complete nosedive. It's a wrap, dude. You got to hang him up. Cam Newton held on probably a couple of years too long. Joe O, Sammy P. I want to hear from Paul. I know he's probably got some. Maybe Jalen Hurts makes the list for Paul. Curious what he has there. Live dogs and teasers coming up for Week 15 National Football League. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
All right, I'm about an episode and a half in, Sam. Started watching the Diddy doc. It's strong. It's good. I'm probably going to end up binging the whole thing today. It's pretty good, man. But
I finished the third one, and I couldn't do the fourth one because the end of the third one was so bad.
Really?
It's so cringe. Well,
what
the things that he did.
Yes.
So it's about his relationship with Cassie and the way that ended. And it's alarming how much he got away with. And he was just, he was the worst guy to her. Mentally, physically. There was a lot of things in that third episode you watch and you're like, oh, I need to take a shower. So I did not finish the fourth episode. So you saw a lot of the Tupac Biggie stuff already, right?
I'm in the Tupac part right now. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm in the heart of it. Yeah. Dude, he got Tupac killed. There's no doubt.
Did you realize how many people and how many crimes and murders they connected him to? I mean, it's just like 4 or 5 guys that got whacked, and Diddy's in the conversation for all of them.
It's worth a watch for sure. The other, I forgot which platform had it, but the last Diddy doc that I saw recently, it didn't cover the Tupac stuff. It was all Cassie. And so I know a lot of the stuff that you're referencing, but the Tupac stuff, I'm like, I was so young. I was younger when it happened. Like, I didn't realize. And now you have so much more news coverage. Like, a lot of this probably would have come out, but just, I'm not through it all, but it's really good. I'm really interested in it because I remember when it was such a big thing, and then just you never got the details. And it's like there's a lot of moments watching it now, and then the connections with the Crips and all that stuff. It's really good.
Did you get to the part when Biggie gets killed and what happens after that, or are you not there yet?
Not there yet.
Okay, well, yeah, obviously, if you're at Tupac now, because Tupac dies first, and then Biggie dies. So
yeah,
they basically chronicle how, and I'm not going to like give anything away because if you follow the culture, you know what happens. So Biggie's body isn't even cold yet, and Diddy's writing the "I'll be missing you" with Sting and Faith Evans and all that, and he comes out at the music awards show, and he looks like a total fool. Like his friend is dead, he was murdered. And Diddy comes out and starts like
I remember
dancing.
I remember the performance. Yeah.
It is so cringeworthy. And I forget the name of the guy. I took a screenshot of it the other night. It's a guy who used to work with Diddy, used to roll with him. And he basically said, why do we work with this guy? Why do we roll with this guy? We're better off not being aligned with him because then we don't have to go to jail or court or die. And
yeah,
like,
that's how it ends.
Wow. Like that's the quote of the whole series right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think I saw that like it would a bit of a preview part, but it's good if you haven't watched it. I see why it's one of the most watched things right now on Netflix. It's very well done by 50 Cent. I'm sure I'll finish it like before the week is out over the next couple of days. That's how good. Like I woke up this morning. I'm like, man, I passed out kind of early last night because I was tired from the day before not sleeping. And then like when I woke up, I'm like, I want to go back to watching that. I don't want to do the show today.
Sorry. I'm watching the
No
Diddy
offense.
doc. You can't make it.
Hey,
Paul, you watched it too, huh?
That's why Jake's not.
Yeah, I got through 3 episodes yesterday. I just kind of
you guys are
hit the gas. And I was like, it probably was like 11 when I finished the third one. I don't want to like necessarily spoil anything or give anything away. The details about Biggie's funeral is pretty wild.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
that's
it's bad.
yeah, it's really bad.
Well, the whole theme with Diddy is like everybody's making money,
right?
But he's taking all of it.
Yeah.
All those stars, all the artists, all the jazz. These people create hit after hit after hit, and they don't have money because Diddy is siphoning all the money under the bad boy umbrella, and these people like don't have money.
Piece of garbage. Every time they cut to him 6 days before court and he's talking like more recently, I'm like, you just want to reach through the TV and punch him. Like that's there should be nobody backing him anymore. But it's funny how it did eventually finally turn completely and his world came crumbling down, which it took way too long.
Yeah.
No doubt.
It's wild how people like that just get away with things for so long. It's just like how, like you gotta be threading like the perfect needle, and
This
he
is
did.
how,
Weinstein,
right
yeah,
you got the
I mean,
money. You
that's
got the
exactly
money,
what
you
I was
got the
thinking of,
power.
Joe. It's exactly what I was thinking of. It's just, yeah.
I also love too when some of the guys that were on the team at Bad Boy, they were producers or writers or whatever, and Diddy all along wanted to be the star, but he didn't have the musical chops. And the one guy, they asked him, "What'd you think about Diddy's music?"
I saw that. That's like the last thing I saw last night. I was laughing. That's why I want to get back to watching it. Like he's terrible.
Yeah. But he took Biggie's death and he was like, I'm next. And my first big hit will be because my friend died, which I may have had something to do with, right? So it's all chess, and everybody else is playing checkers with that guy.
Yeah. Certainly worth a watch. And so are you, Paul, you think you're going to watch the end today? Both of you guys or no?
Probably tonight, maybe tomorrow. Yeah. This week for sure.
Yeah. All right. Joe O, Sammy
Cold
P,
outside.
Bet Sweats. I mean, dude, it is
tough to leave the house.
It's going to get worse, man.
I know. This weekend, like single digits or like a 0. It's great.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how bad it. I'm looking ahead. It's going to be snowing. Jeez. All right. In a week, it's going to hit mid-40s. That's going to feel like 80.
Pool party.
Yeah.
Pool party.
I looked out there today. I'm like, oh, all that water on there is frozen. This whole thing's going to collapse. Like, yeah, it's terrible out there. Awful. Did you get the garbage can out there, Paul? Did they pick up? Have you figured out what day they're picking up yet?
No, I don't know. Okay. But you know what? When I do go to the trash can in the hallway, it's usually like, it's not like it's never been an overflowing situation. So that's good. It does move. There is movement. So
are they still drilling right outside your place? Like still doing work?
No, but there was a moment. Was it last? I think it was last night when I was watching the Diddy doc, where like literally there was an ambulance in my living room, and I was like, "This would have been great for the show." It's like this would have been perfect.
The reason I asked is because those pictures over your left shoulder get more crooked every day. And I think
I see that.
Somebody was outside. Left shoulder, Paul. Left shoulder.
How's that?
Well, that happens when people are outside, like jackhammering on the street. Like everything in your house.
Didn't even notice.
Oh, dude, I was like, it's even more crooked than it was yesterday, Joe. Or
that's
Monday,
awesome.
because you weren't here yesterday.
No.
I mean, I could see him throwing something against the wall. That's what I was thinking.
We're past that phase, Joe.
No, because then it would be broken. It's not broken. It just got shifted a little bit.
Yeah.
It looks great now.
Yeah.
Everything looks great.
Good.
Yeah.
Yes. It's awesome. We'll give you an update tomorrow if you're here.
You know what? I'll chime in on the quarterbacks list if you guys want, since we're here. All right, so Wentz for sure. Also sliced like a piece of my thumb off. That's fun.
What is going on? I see you threw something. I still think
no, that was meal prep.
Okay.
Wentz for sure. Russ McNabb makes a lot of sense. Favre, but here's some others I'd like the Hurts one is like a year from now could very much like this could be Wentz 2.0. Like Wentz's team won a Super Bowl.
Listen, WIP all day yesterday, Paul. It was so good. And Hugh Douglas comes out, tries to be positive with Joe G. Joe G was not having it. Like, I'm like, oh, it's the first 5 minutes of the show and they're arguing. Like, let's go. They're so pissed off.
And like, look, you don't want to be a body language guy, but one thing I've thought of with both the Chiefs and the Eagles, like every cutaway during these losses, it's like they've given up. It's like they don't know how to lose and come back from that. I mean, look, the Eagles are probably going to make the playoffs, but I wouldn't be shocked if this is like a couple seasons ago where they go to Tampa and it's curtains, or Tampa came in, whatever it was, and they're just done. That's the way it looks right now. So we'll see. They got the Raiders this week. Should be a bounce back spot.
We brought that up yesterday. Basically, the division, which was supposed to be one of the best in the league, stinks. Yeah. And the Commanders are now, 3-9 or 3-10? The Cowboys can't stay out of their own way. They're going to win the division by default. They're still going to be the 3 seed because the 4 seed is going to be from the worst division in football, the NFC South. Like, that division winner is going to be 9-8. So even though the Eagles are definitely going in the wrong direction, they're going to win the NFC East and still be the 3 and host a playoff game. So we'll see. I don't know that I have any confidence to bet on them. By the way, I did during the break, after we got done with our segment, I asked the robot, ChatGPT, who were the most washed NFL quarterbacks of all time. Here's the list. Number 1, Peyton Manning.
Yeah.
Number
Agreed.
2, Brett Favre.
Yep.
Yes.
Number 3, Carson Wentz. Number 4, Matt Ryan. Number 5, Big Ben. Number 6, Cam Newton.
Thought about him. Yep.
Number 7, Joe Namath. Joe had him. Number 8, Donovan McNabb.
No, I had Montana.
Oh, you had Montana. Right.
Yeah.
Number 9, Andrew Luck. And number 10, Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
I'll
Can't really
cover
do the
most of
luck thing, but yeah. But here's some others that I don't like. I don't know if they're ever good enough to be washed, but like kind of this is the McNown corollary, and it's also Bears related. Jay, based on pure talent, I mean, I don't know if he ever got to a good enough point they could be like, and then he was washed. But
He's a Pro Bowler.
how about this?
He made the Pro Bowl.
So was Mitch Trubisky.
There were a lot of that's true. No, but like with his arm strength, like it always felt like him in a right situation. Like you watching him at Vandy. Like I thought he was going to be damn good.
Baker was washed and now unwashed, maybe. Like nice little comeback.
But back to wash
arc. He might. I mean, this could be it, right? This could. I mean, first half of he was like cardiac bucks coming back. Like I don't know if we're rewashed yet. Rodgers. Got to put Rodgers
Thought about
out there,
it,
right?
I thought about it, and then he throws for 284 on Sunday. I was like,
yeah, it's one of the worst defenses in the league. Yeah,
correct. And then Flacco was washed in Baltimore, but then came back to Cleveland and won the comeback player. He's been washed, I think, 3 or 4 times now.
Yeah, Flacco had one good run. He got hot once. Is kind of my thought on Flacco. Look, you won a Super Bowl. You can't take that away from him. But I don't know that he got to a point where he can be washed. Mm-hmm. He was the highest paid quarterback in the league after that Super Bowl run. So like that definitely counts for something. Kyler. I mean, he danced around the MVP combo for a couple years. He's toast, right?
He sucks.
He stinks.
Yeah.
I don't know if we ever got to a point where Tua could now be washed, but he's like if he was never good enough to now be washed, but he's washed. And Kirk Cousins, I don't know, maybe he was never because he was always primetime Kirk, so maybe he was never good enough to now be washed, but he is washed now.
Want to talk about career earnings with someone? Look at his. Yeah, I think he qualifies for sure because he was at a pretty high level.
Yeah.
I like that.
Eli was a good one by you. I thought Eli was a good pull because the last couple of years of Eli were horrible.
Here's my problem with Eli. As an Eagles fan, I never wanted him to retire. And not because he was dead at the end, because he stunk his whole career. He got hot twice, and he made 2 miracle throws, or really like one to Manningham down the side. Obviously, the Tyree miracle. Asante Samuel dropped a Super Bowl in his hands from Eli I don't know that Eli was ever elite. And that is coming from an Eagles fan, but he was always mid, is my thought on Eli.
You're going to get really mad when he goes in the hall.
Oh, he's going.
Come on.
He's definitely going.
He's going.
Probably.
And, I agree with you.
Yeah.
But I also know that he's going to go. You think Rivers is going?
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah,
Hall of mid. Yeah.
What do you do in the playoffs?
Never anything.
Yeah.
I saw a tweet
difference.
last night. Phillip Rivers is back. The Patriots have 11 wins. Joe Flacco is slinging it. There's drama in Philly. Matthew Stafford's a stud. The Seahawks defense is nasty, and Aaron Rodgers is the 4 seed. Your childhood ain't over yet, son.
Oh, man. That's a great tweet. Love it. Joe O, Sammy P. We'll get to some live dogs and teasers coming up. Paul Aspen also hanging out. This is Bet Sweats. You've got the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe O, Sammy P. I don't know how it happened. Sometimes I don't know how it happens, but damn you for mentioning, I think it was during a break, Gold Belly, and then we started talking about it, and then it's in my every algo, every social media platform that I go on. Like it's nonstop ads around Christmas time for that website where you can order specific food from one city and mail it for Christmas or whatever. I had never even heard of it before yesterday, and now I can't escape it.
All you have to do is hit the mute button on whatever post you see.
Well, but I kind of might buy. I might buy that for somebody. Now it's on my mind.
Well, given our current situation, I don't know that I'm going to be buying the Gold Belly that I usually buy every year around this time. I send Chicago-style pizza to some friends in Vegas every year, a couple guys that help me with my everyday life. And I lean on them for a lot of information and advice, and I send them pizzas every year. And it's usually like 3 or 4 pizzas for $100 a person, which is a little expensive. Now, if it's a deep dish, it's 3. If it's a thin crust, it's 4. And, $25 per pizza with shipping is maybe a little pricey, but I will do my best. Now, if you were unable to get the Chicago delicacy like me, right? Like I'm in Boston now, I can't get a Chicago pizza, I can't get a beef, all that. If you were not living where you live and you were in a different state or a different region, what would you order from Chicago? Like what would be the thing that you would want delivered to your house?
So of the Chicago foods that are really popular, what most people pick and what I pick would probably be different. I love an Italian beef. Like that's of the Chicago thing, not a hot dog. Yes, pizza's excellent, but that wouldn't be the one for me. And I'm not even the stuffed pizzas like once a year anyways. But yeah, it would be beef. Like that would be difficult for me to go a long time without. Like you would maybe go White Castle, even though that's not a Chicago thing.
No,
no. Living outside Chicago, I know I can't get that anywhere. Like maybe you could find a good pizza place outside of here. Well, in fact, I know you could, but like most places don't even make it, or they don't even know, or if they made it, it's bad. So they're like, yeah, how about this roast beef sandwich? Like, no, that's not what that is. That would be the one that I would want.
I can't do the frozen White Castle. They're disgusting. I love White Castle, but it's got to be fresh. And some people would
I
say,
thought
well,
about dropping by yesterday.
Oh, man. I'm going to be home for like 17 days really soon, and that's going to be one of the first spots. So if you go to Gold Belly and type in Chicago, here are the heavy hitters. Gino's East, Vienna Beef Hot Dogs, Lou Malnati's, Bartolini's, Giordano's, Al's Beef, Eli's Cheesecake, Chicago Pizza and Oven Grinder, Pequod's, Riccobenni's, Labriola. It's mostly Italian places and mostly pizza places. Manny's Deli has a corned beef kit. Frontera Grill has a carnitas taco kit. Like it's really something. If you're not in the area, you pay maybe not an arm and a leg, but like they have this 3 pizza deal from Pequod's. It's $130. That's a lot of money for pizza that isn't fresh. But if you want it and crave it, you're going to pay it. Here, there's a Riccobenni's breaded steak sandwich kit. Serves 4 to 6 people. It's $110. I would do that before I would spend $130 on 3 pizzas from Pequod's. But you have the ability to do this now. I mean, companies didn't do this 10 years ago. You either come in or order takeout, delivery, or you don't get it. Now with the dry ice and the shipping and all that, like you can get an Italian beef kit that feeds 16 people for $150. You couldn't do that 10 years ago.
Paul, I typed in Philadelphia. Every other option is cheesesteaks.
It's a miss. It's a total whiff.
The first one was Bassett's Ice Cream. How is that place? Like,
number one or something?
I'm sure it is.
Never even
I don't
heard
think
of
I've ever
it.
had it in my life.
Really?
Yeah. Where is this place?
Bassett's is one.
What
Yeah,
up?
and then Pat's King of Steaks, and then Joe's Steaks are the top. That's the
I'm
top
glad-
4, along with
I'm glad
some place called
Pat's is
Zahav.
ranked above Geno's as it should be. Pat's was the OG, although Jim's was a good pivot as well. The next roast pork, man. That's like I'm either doing that or an Italian hoagie when I go home. Like that is my
There's
first like taste of Philly.
a hoagie kit from Ricci's Hoagies on the list.
But you can get like good Italian subs here too when they don't kill you. But I'd say like that's why the Nick's roast pork seems like that is the Philly. That's my one seed for a Philly food.
A lot of Stromboli options. I wasn't expecting
In
that
Philly.
on this list.
I love
Paul
that
hates
Paul
this
doesn't
list.
know what Bassett's ice cream is. It's got like
Okay.
the
It's
number
multiple
one
times.
thing. Yeah.
So
Scroll
all right,
down,
so
you're going
it's
to
in-
see it a few times.
It's in the Reading Terminal Market, which is probably right. Like, so is the Knicks in the Reading Terminal Market. So I guess that, I'm not a dessert guy, so I'll probably just walk past every time. Also, it's ice cream. Like, I personally think ice cream is overrated. Like, the people that line up down the block and do like the Jenny's ice cream or whatever in the middle of summer, like, what are you doing? It's just ice cream. Like, it's ice cream. It's not that different.
Yeah.
Like ice cream's
What about
good.
What about a
but-
good Italian ice spot?
Water ice? You mean?
No, it's not what I mean.
Yeah. I mean, again, growing up, slightly.
You're not a
burbs,
dessert guy. You're not a dessert
Yeah,
guy.
but like it's
okay.
Water ice is good. I just I can't be like, oh yeah, there's this one place in Philly that you gotta go to get. Like you
Yeah,
can go to
yeah.
Rita's and you'll be fine. But definitely Rita's over Pops. I know those are chains, but
I understand though, like a line out the door, knowing it's going to
Right.
be a while. Yeah.
I am
Like, I
totally
live-
with you when the crowd is all there. Like, I'm not going to Wiener Circle
Yeah.
to take my shirt off with the Bears fans and get a
No.
hot dog. That ain't happening
Like,
ever.
I went to Byron's because they had 59-cent hot dogs the other day. I got 2. It was amazing. I ate my feelings. But it was like they loaded it all up. It was like a classic Chicago dog, but in and out, 5 minutes. Like I'm not doing
live-
the Wiener Circle stuff.
I lived a half block from Margie's Candies for like 5-6 years. I went there a couple times maybe. So I understand what you're
It's-
saying.
Armitage and
What is-
Western.
What does Margie's Candies sell? Actually, my first place in Chicago was near there. I never went.
Ice cream.
Yeah, I
Kinda
was
like
right there.
Bassett's. Oh, it's
Well,
ice
it's
cream.
cream's the
candy.
main thing.
Obviously, candy, but ice
Well,
cream. They
it's
go
what
there
I
for
thought.
ice cream.
Massive
Yeah.
dishes of ice cream. Yeah, basically. Yeah.
My parents took us when we were very young. We went to San Francisco, and my dad was being very secretive at the time about where we were going for dinner. Because like usually, we're going to go get whatever for dinner, and it was a big secret. And we get in a cab, and we get dropped off near the bay, near the wharf, and we had dinner that night at Ghirardelli, and it was a 24 scoop ice cream platter with everything you could possibly want on there. So my parents took us for dinner and we got ice cream. And I'll never forget that. It was the best dinner ever when you're a kid.
Best dinner. Yes. Yeah. Overrated though.
Ice cream? Yeah, I agree. Yes.
Good stuff, Paul.
Like, what is
All
the like a bad ice cream compared to a good ice cream? Like, what's the standard deviation? It's not.
Yeah, what is
like-
bad ice cream? I don't think there's a bad ice
Exactly.
cream.
That's
is
kind
there?
of my point. No.
Yeah. But there's some really good.
It's
But
consistent, though. Ice cream's consistent for the most part. Like, you know what you're going to get,
Fair.
and you're never
Low floor
dissatisfied.
or high floor,
High
low
floor.
ceiling.
Low
Yeah.
ceiling.
Okay.
No,
Till it
not low
melts.
ceiling.
Then it's on the floor. What?
No, it could be a high
Not
ceiling.
on the floor. I've eaten ice cream off the floor before.
Not surprised for a second.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. All right. Good.
Live
Do
dogs.
we do live dogs?
Nope, we're doing it
Listen,
now.
Let's mention teasers because I got more dogs there. Because we mentioned teasers, a couple of them yesterday, like Denver plus 8.5 at home against Green Bay as a home dog. That could be a possibility. We talked about Cincinnati, same number, plus 8.5 against Baltimore. I was curious on these monster numbers. Would you take Vegas plus 17 at Philly? Would you take Indy plus 19.5 against Seattle, Tennessee plus 18.5 at San Francisco? Or is that just, you know what? Any of those games could be like 40-0. Forget it.
The one that I would not want would be the Indy leg at Seattle. Seattle's just been pulverizing bad teams. And I know that that's not exactly the greatest handicap. Like, oh, well, all these things have happened. But that team just pounds trash, pounds. I could get behind Vegas, especially up to 17.5. You know, we're getting through the 13, the 14, and the 17. Philly, offensively, kind of a mess right now. The total's only 38, so you're going to get 17.5 points in a game total 38. That's intriguing. The other one you said was who? Tennessee?
Tennessee.
Tennessee, but we could throw Minnesota 12 at Dallas, too.
I don't want Minnesota. I brought up the unconventional Miami leg. Now, granted, not as big of a number, but Miami from 3.5 to 9.5 at Pittsburgh Monday night. You want to make Aaron Rodgers a 9.5 point favorite and go the other way? I'm down with that. You go through the 6, the 7, and the 8, 3.5 to 9.5. A lot of unconventional ideas in this teaser segment.
Yeah. I was just curious because we're getting to numbers that we don't normally see. Like the conventional ones, I'm with it. Cincinnati, Denver, that makes sense. But I was just curious about those crazy high numbers because not a lot of times you can get past 17 in the NFL. And there are a few
total
options.
Of 38. That's the key. Like the math is so much better because that game has a total of 38.
Yeah. And do we see Philly blowing somebody out to that level? The way things are going right now, yeah. Hurts probably doesn't have 5 turnovers, but maybe they're going to be running the ball a lot more coming up this week against the Vegas Raiders. Joe O, Sammy P, another hour to go. We're hanging with you here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. It was before 11. I'm like, wait, is this our turn to go? I wasn't quite sure. We're still up and running, I think. Here on Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network, another hour to go. We started diving into the teaser angles for Week 15 in the National Football League. And I keep promising a lot of dogs. We haven't gotten there. Sam, as I go over the list, like I was unsure, okay, when I start looking at these games a little bit more, there are so many big spreads that maybe it would be a short list of live dogs. And then after looking at it a little closer and the numbers, fairly early in the week, my first reaction was, oh no, I think there's a handful of games, even though much of the story this year has been the big favorites winning. You'll get like one big upset a week. That for the most part, we don't have these weeks where it's a crazy amount of upsets in years past. Like people that used to do these underdog parlays all the time, you don't hear them talking about them anymore because they don't hit. They're very difficult. Sometimes you won't even get 2 or 3 underdogs winning in a week. Like we've seen times where that happens. But with the numbers this week, even though there are a number of large point spreads, I still found quite a number of dogs where I could see being live this weekend. How about you? Is it a short list or maybe a little bit longer than you expected?
Given the fact that Cleveland has what could derail Chicago in terms of defensive pressure in the pocket, horrible weather, wind, snow, off the lake, and now the Bears are a 7.5, 8-point favorite. It's one-way action for me on this one, man. It's Cleveland or pass. I'm sorry. It just is.
Yeah, you notice we didn't mention them in teasers. And that is at a number, at a total that checks boxes. It's a low total. It's going through 7, 6, 3. Like normally that's a spot where, okay, that's an advantage teaser, if you want to put it that way. And neither of us brought them up at all. I'm not telling you Chicago's going to lose, but I have no interest in putting Chicago in a teaser, even though that is typically a number just going through it in bad weather too, where, oh man, that makes a lot of sense because that means you definitely think the Bears are winning the game. And we know the Browns, they can play some defense. And then I know it was the Titans, but all of a sudden Shador put up crazy numbers, and that Bears defense is not great. So I think that might scare people off a little bit.
Thong.
Dude, he definitely had a thong on.
I know.
Gold
thong. I like my quarterbacks to wear gold thongs. Give me the points. You also have to consider Chicago has been playing so many high leverage games, and they've gotten so many breaks to go their way. When they finally don't get the breaks, and they did not against Green Bay, although they were close, Caleb gets him down the field and then throws the pick in the end zone. That's a deflating loss. And it's not as easy as people think to just get back up and go to work on a team that you should beat. There's a letdown factor in this game. And, anything north of 7, I would consider. South Point has an 8. So they've been laying it with Chris Andrews, our friend, tip of the strip. I'm on the dog. I didn't bet it yet, but I will.
The games that are 2, 2.5, that's easy. We'll talk about those coming up. But of the double-digit spreads, I'll even throw in Houston. That number's 9.5. Of these double-digit spreads and Houston, just somewhere around there, are any of them live? Any of them? Because I wrote down one that I could see. I don't know if I'll have the guts to make the play on the dog to win, but there's one that I could see.
Did you write down the Chargers or the Lions?
The game you mentioned for the teaser.
Vegas?
What about the Raiders? If I'm picking one of those massive favorites to lose, why are the Eagles going to get it figured out? We keep saying that. We've been saying that about the Eagles all year. If you go back to the conversation, I know they've been winning games for the most part, but go back to the conversation from the very beginning. It has been a problem. The offense has been a problem. When the quarterback is the problem and you're laying double digits, this could linger. And you're on a short week too. All the issues going on with that team. No, like that would be the one where I'm like, I know, I get it, like Jacksonville. But I would look at Philly with the way that Hurts is playing, man. It is not good.
Is 3.5 a live dog? Probably not,
Sure.
right? Because it's a coin flip game. Oh, okay.
You're past a field goal.
I like Miami Monday. And that's not just because I had my buddy who's very good tell me, hey, I just bet Miami to make the playoffs at 100-1. That might have something to do with it. But I do like Miami. I think they're very live to win that game Monday night at Pittsburgh. You know, you make Aaron Rodgers a favorite. There's just a lot to like there going the other way. And you always pay that Tomlin tax, of course, because, you know, when Tomlin's hovering around 500, they tend to take care of business. I'd go Miami. But I think my favorite live dog of a very small list of live dogs would be Cleveland, plus 7.5.
Yep, that's a good one. You know what the narrative is going to be until we get to Monday night. It's going to be in the 20s in Pittsburgh. Tua, 40 degrees or colder. Even though it was the Jets, a lot of quarterback problems there. He just beat the Jets, and it wasn't warm, right? It was fairly cold. It just wasn't 40 or colder. It was very close. But he's never won a game 40 degrees or colder. So I think it's going to be – I don't think the number is going to stick where we are because the narrative is going to get so out of control with Tua in the cold. And that's going to be interesting to see where that number closes.
Do you think the Steelers will be in the room? I do.
Yeah, I do. Especially once with the Tua stuff, people start talking about that stat. Like, oh, he's hot, but never wins in the cold. Yeah, I think that's going to happen, especially after what we just saw last week. And Rodgers has a good game, and they'll think, oh, he can do that again. Nah, I don't think so. Tomorrow, should this be 4.5? Bucks hosting the Falcons. Listen, I'm not one to line up and bet the Falcons. It's very difficult to do, but I just look at this game and I don't think that Tampa Bay, the way that they've played for like going on 2 months now, that they should be laying 4.5 here.
I hate this game. Absolutely despise it. But the money's coming in on the dog. Opened 5.5, and now we're 4.5 and 4. There's a 4 at Chris. There's a 4 at Bet Online. So the dog is taking bets for sure. I understand it. I faded the bartender last week who went 1-1. He had Chicago. That did not cover, barely. And then he also had Seattle. So I was like, well, I could mess around and take a little Atlanta. And it was close, wasn't it? 7-7 at one point?
6-6.
And you're like,
6
okay,
at halftime?
Sure.
Yeah.
Whatever. And then it wasn't close. And you're like, damn, Atlanta stinks. That's the problem. You're betting on a very, very immobile, washed quarterback. And you're not getting a big number. 4.5 is not a big number. 4 is not a big number in the NFL.
There's another 4.5 out there. Chargers.
Oh, yeah.
Why are they getting
Brinson
4.5 against the Chiefs?
Loves LA here. He said that yesterday on our show.
Yep. Yeah, that makes sense to me. I just don't know how you can lay 4.5 with Kansas City right now. And now you got a divisional matchup. Chargers just finding ways, as you put it. And Harbaugh said it's one of the greatest moments of his life. It rivals his wedding, the birth of his children the other night. It's like the Chargers will find a way. And then are the Chiefs going to find a way? It's tough to believe that right now. So, of course, Chargers plus 4.5, that's a live dog.
Schwartz is saying it's over. It's over. And he's the biggest Chiefs homer there is. And he'll tell you.
Are you talking this year or like
this
for
year?
A couple years? Okay.
No. Some of the fans, though, if you went on social media after that Chiefs loss, we're just a bad organization. We can't handle adversity. I'm like, these people are insane. They've been to 7 straight AFC championships, played in 5 Super Bowls, won 3 Super Bowls. Do you know how tone deaf you sound as a Chiefs fan when you say that we got to fire Andy Reid or we got to move on from Mahomes? He doesn't have it anymore. How stupid can you be?
That did not.
People were sick. It happened all night on Sunday. All night.
My God. Idiots. Was Alex Gold
We're
one
just
of them?
not a good organization anymore. I saw that all night.
That is crazy. That is crazy. Have you disconnected from reality? I know you forget how the other half lives a little bit, but come on. Fire Andy Reid? I could see him retiring if it's going to be this iteration of the team is now over. And maybe you struggle for a year. Let's rework the offensive line. They had all those injuries this year. Like, come on, but they're completely done. You know, it would be done if Reid were to retire and then they promote Matt Nagy, because that's what Reid wants. That could be a problem, but I don't think they would want to make that mistake. That's a joke. That's a joke to even suggest any of that. And Mahomes is actually playing well. He just doesn't have any help. So, I mean, that's just a crazy, crazy reaction.
I know the idea.
Go ahead, Paul.
Real quick. I know the idea of Andy Reid retiring has been brought up multiple times. I just don't think that guy knows how to do, wants to do anything else. I don't see him retiring till the end, man. Like football, it's always been he might end up. Look, it's not going to end in Kansas City right now, at least the way it ended in Philly. But that thing went for over 10 years, and then it was a fresh start in Kansas City. They've had a lot more success in Kansas City. I just don't think Andy knows, how do I say this? It's been very clear for most of Andy's career that football is number 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
I'll put it like that.
Food might be 2.
And 3. He turned 68 in March.
Spring chicken. He'll coach till 75.
Not a spring chicken,
from an account. This is from Chiefs Hive. It's a fan account. 13,000 followers. Pretty decent fan account. Quote, I'll say it now. Fire Andy Reid. And if the next head coach doesn't make the playoffs with Mahomes, fire him too. If you don't make the playoffs with the most talented quarterback in NFL history, you've got to go.
No context. Let's not even bring up the entire offensive line is injured. We lost all our tackles. It's insane. Kelsey's done.
And you've lost.
He's done.
You've lost to some really good teams. You've lost. I mean, of their 7 losses, crazy to think they have 7 losses, 6 and 7. You lost to the Chargers, a healthy Eagles team, Jacksonville because your talented quarterback threw a 99-yard pick 6, at the Bills, at the Broncos, at the Cowboys in the shootout with Dak, and against the Texans. There aren't really any bad losses there. Maybe the Dallas lost, but aside from that, you've lost.
That's a brutal
teams.
Schedule. It's
Yeah,
a brutal schedule. There's a lot of teams that don't even play half that as far as quality opponents.
The
right?
Patriots could never this year.
Yeah.
The Bears could never this year. The Bears would be 4-10 with that schedule.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. It is a brutal schedule, and it was a stretch that was compacted where, okay, you need wins now, and oh boy, look at the next month. And they're losing those games. All those one-score games they were winning over the last few years, they're losing them. One thing goes wrong. Wow. Just don't know how to react. That's hilarious to me. Clinching spots in the playoffs. Denver, if they win, they officially clinch a spot. If New England beats Buffalo, they clinch the division. Where we've reached that point in the schedule. Same thing with the Rams if they end up winning, where a lot of teams week by week, even though there's a month of football left, that a lot of these games are going to be clinching scenarios, Sam.
Let's see. I was just thinking about this. If Denver has already clinched, say Denver's got the 1 or the 2, and you play Kansas City in week 17, you're playing all your starters, right? You have to.
Denver is?
Yeah, if you have
And
the chance to knock Kansas City out, you got to play everybody.
In week 17, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Week 18 is the question. If there was a matchup there, would you play all of your starters if you have nothing to play for? But week 17, 100% you have to. Even if it's, what if it's at that point like 3%? I still think you play your starters just to do that.
You got to keep them out. You got to keep that team out. Go for the kill.
Yep. Have to. Increases your chances of winning the Super Bowl. Just think of it that way. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweat, still the top of the hour right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
It's a nickel or dime. We'll play that coming up in a few minutes. Joe O. Sammy P. Thanks for hanging with us on this Wednesday. As next couple days hit us, we'll be diving deep into these NFL games. A bit different, college slate to talk about. On Monday, I noticed over the last couple of days, a lot of media. There's been a lot of attention about something we discussed on Monday, but it's been kind of ramping up, the Portnoy stuff. And then other conversations around it. And I'm talking about his video that he recorded immediately about Pete Carroll. Like, we talked about that right away before a bunch of stories were written in some of the reaction. And the interesting part to me is just not so much Portnoy, the idea of bad beats. And in our business, the sports betting media landscape, like, bad beats is the most popular thing. And we're in an age where, and we see it more and more, we know about it more and more than other people, where the hot take stuff is what everybody wants. That's what you have to have. But bad beats reactions is just that. Like, we look at it, I can't stand the bad beat stuff. Like, everything's a bad beat. Oh, this is a bad beat. That's a bad beat. Hey, we got news for you. These guys that make these numbers are really good at it. And not only making those numbers, but shaping those numbers and following the sharp money and figuring out what the right number is. So a lot of times you're going to be right there. Where were they last night on UConn? Right, boom, right there on the number. It closes and it ends up pushing in college basketball. Not the easiest thing to do, but they're excellent at it. So a lot of times it's going to look like it's a bad beat, and it's just feels like it's low-hanging fruit. SVP's the best at it. He's the only person I want to watch, I want to consume talking about bad beats. He's, you know why he's great at it? Because he's actually a bettor. He puts down his money, he makes selections, and it's real and none of it's fake, and he's very entertaining. He hits all the right cues. I despise bad beat stuff, and we see it everywhere. It's just inescapable. And then it kind of came to the forefront with the Portnoy stuff, and that's because that's a guy that has made his career on going viral. He wants his employees to go viral. He wants to go viral, and he's also involved in sports betting, and they have DraftKings involved. Like, so he's trying to push, go over the top. What's going to go viral? And then he does it, and then it happens for all the wrong reasons.
Right. I still, even if he was joking, I still don't think he should have said, I want Pete Carroll murdered. That's
crazy.
That can't happen because it's just not funny.
Yeah.
Like, if you think that's funny, you're sick. Like, those are the people that are defending Barstool. Like, oh my God, he's kidding. It's all a joke. Didn't sound like a joke. Now, do I really think he wanted it to happen? No, but you can't say that. You just can't say that. So I'm not going to defend Portnoy for saying that an NFL coach should be murdered. Joke or not, you don't say that. And, a lot of people that I respect have been saying a lot of things like that. That reaction has gone more viral than a lot of the stuff that they've done. And a lot of people that I respect are like, this is Dave. This is who he is. I don't know. I don't mind Dave at all. I see him on Big Noon Kickoff. Some people are like, oh my God, I can't believe he's on there. I think he's entertaining. Is he a little much? Of course. But so's McAfee. Like, McAfee and Portnoy, like, they were created from the same cloth. And, the ESPN success, a lot of that is because of McAfee, who is clearly a little more versatile than Portnoy on the show. And Pat's been doing, kicks for charity, like the field goals and all that. And Pat has brought life to that show. That's definitely what Fox did. Well, we'll take that dynamic and that group of people, and we'll try and steal from it. We'll take the McAfee audience and we'll bring in Portnoy, and he will siphon some of those people over. That's what happened.
We're the biggest sports media stars right now. McAfee, Portnoy's up there, Stephen A. Smith. Who else comes to mind? I mean, look,
Mina
with
Kimes
everything
is everywhere. Mina Kimes is everywhere.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I would say she's an exception to the rule when it comes to hot takes, right?
She's not hot takey.
Correct. She's like the one that's not of the names that we're throwing out
Nuance.
there. Like, there's
She's
a lot of
very
people that hate
intelligent.
him because of politics. A lot of people hate Clay Travis, but he's what they've done at Outkick from where they were starting. He's built something.
He's up there, man, no doubt.
All these names, and we're surprised that everything's gone hot take. Like, we used to laugh at it, but now it is everywhere. It's touching everywhere. You know, there's the I'm anti hot take thing. It's tough to succeed doing that. But Mina Kimes has broken through. She's broken through.
Yeah, she's been very, very successful, and I believe she's Ivy League, so she's very intelligent. To your point on the hot takes and the clicks, I mean, that's what it's been morphing to over the last 5 to 10 years. And the more social media, the more short clips you want. We want this for 30 seconds and this for 60 seconds and this for 2 minutes. So it has really changed the way that things are handled. And, you know, when we came up, we were doing radio at different places, but like we wanted to do the best show. I've always wanted to do a show that I feel people would want to listen to and enjoy listening to. I don't want people to like react to me. I want people to talk with me or listen to me. I don't want you to scream at your radio, "That's an idiot take," or whatever. Like, but they want reactions now. And I've been in many meetings at Fox in the last 2 years. You know, we want you guys to get involved in the comments section. We want you to, like, gambling comments are torture. Like, that's the last thing I want to do. Last thing I want to do. Well, it's good because it helps engagement. So, like, I'm in the comments now on Instagram and YouTube, talking in a thread where people are calling me brain dead idiot, four-eyed pussy. You know, like, it's just like, it's the same thing over and over and over again. Dude, I mean, like, that's all I read. That's all I read on the internet.
I saw some of it that you reposted this weekend. Yeah. It doesn't matter what you do. The most recent losses, you're an idiot, fire him. Like, they forget you're a human being.
Yeah, no, it's very tough to do gambling content. And it is what it is. But, you know, this show was never built to be, like, we're going to win every game, or this is a lock, or this is, you know, you have to make this bet. It was more trying to understand the business and understand how lines move, why they move, what the bookmakers are saying, what the bettors are doing, sort of like a wheel of information. And then two guys who bet it and live it and, you know, thrive in these settings. Like, it was never supposed to be anything but that. And, like, we've accomplished that. And it still isn't good enough, you know, like that. It's a very strange time for us.
Well, and it's not making an excuse, and it's not just us; it's everywhere. And just look around. I mean, you were referencing the meetings that you've been in on. Like, I've said this to you many times, especially the last couple months. It's moved so much; things are changing so much. Long form doesn't work right now. Look at all the shows that are going away. It's long form. To your point about 30, 60-second clips, you're spot on. Long form in this day and age, people want to consume as much as they possibly can, but in short bits, and then they move on. Look at us. Like, and we're not even that younger demo anymore. We're scrolling through reels. We're just like everybody else. So we could complain about it, but I think we're part of it too, right? The way we consume stuff.
Yeah, when Vine got hot, you know, you got 7 seconds. You got 7 seconds. And then Snapchat, and obviously Instagram has a limit on time, you know, for stories and reels and all that. So it's all part of it. I mean, our attention spans are shot. And I go to my buddies' houses when I'm back home for Thanksgiving and Christmas, and, you know, the kid's 2 years old and already has an iPad in its hand. And you're like, oh, well, this is why.
Yep. Certainly living that. Believe me, getting their attention at practice sometimes and holding the attention for more than 10 seconds, that is quite a challenge. Much more difficult than it used to be. All right. Paul Aspen, unless you want to add something there, because you're a man that's you're in this business, you see how it's evolving and changing. We've got nickel or dime, but I mean, do you disagree with anything that we're saying just about how it's weird how the bad beat conversation has me thinking about it, but that's why it was a big deal, because what Portnoy was trying to accomplish there is kind of what we're all experiencing. Like, this long form stuff is going away. It's just about most social engagement I could possibly get. Murder this man like that. Yeah, that'll do it.
And that's, I mean, it's shock value. And again, as Sam, as you said, like, he's always been over the top to a point. Like, that's part of the character that he's playing. I mean, I'm with you on the bad beats that it's gone too far, but and I agree that SVP has been the best at it. Yeah, it's especially as some people that are, let's say, in transition. It's like, how do you spray to the short content field and like what hits? So yeah, I mean, that's, for all of us, it's like, if we're gonna, I guess I'm just speaking for myself, if you're gonna keep doing this, it's like, how do you maximize that or like really spray that field? And that's something that's changing every day too. Someone that come from a sports TV background, like, I kind of lived it as Sportsnet Central, which was like the local version of Sports Centers. They started going away. The sports talk shows locally started going away. I know the games are never going anywhere. It's how do you do this, whether it's on YouTube or otherwise? And Sam, ESPN's hiring people that it's social media first. And so yeah, it's a wild time. Not good or bad. Bad for us currently, like with this show, but yeah, it's just pivoting and
I think it's
new skill sets and all that. I mean, but in general, currently bad. Yes.
Well, I'm into.
I just lost out to a job. Like, look, we're all trying to find our next job. I just lost out on a job to a kid that's been in this space for like 4 years because he has a huge following on TikTok. Like, what? Like, what?
Yeah, I guess when I say not good or bad, like bad, but also like the reality. So it's like, how do you develop that? Like, again, we're speaking from, I'm 40. We're all around the same age. Like, it's not that you can't pivot at this age. You definitely can, but it's, are they just looking, that built up following? How do you compete with that right now? It's a big puzzle.
What about as a consumer though? Because we're all consumers in this space too, not only creators.
Not going to consume that.
It's bad as a consumer. That's what I'm talking about.
Yes, 100%. I won't be consuming that. There's a lot of shows that I won't be consuming because I just don't think it's good content. Whether it's short, whether it's 15 seconds, 30 seconds, or 3 hours, there's a lot that I just don't think is good content. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Like, do people who are 25 want to watch that? I guess. At least some people are betting on that, but they could be definitely wrong too.
I think they are.
Yeah. I just got a text, by the way, from somebody that would know something like this or, have some intel on market. I just got a text 30 seconds ago that said Pavia is going to win the Heisman. So I'm guessing there's been a move or there's going to be a move. Joe, you were talking about this a couple days ago. I'm pulling up the market right now at BetMGM. He's 7-1 now. He was 12-1 Monday or Tuesday. So there's a push coming on Pavia from somebody with some sort of idea that it's a good bet at price.
Wow. When we talked about this yesterday at the start of the show, the place that was 12-1 has cut it in half. Yeah, it's plus 650.
Okay.
So
MGM has 7. But again, this was double digits yesterday.
How high was his number? How high did that number get? Like after the Texas loss? Like what was the?
I think he was 50-1. Yeah, that sounds right. Somewhere around there, whether it be 40 or 60. 50 is a good North Star. He's going to get. Valika said this last week. He's going to get every SEC vote. Anything south of the Mason-Dixon line, that's going to be a vote for Pavia.
Yeah. Sam, are you going to do anything with it?
No, because I didn't bet 12 or 10 because I'm stupid.
Yeah, but if he's going to win, and here's a free 6-1.
Well, I mean, that person doesn't work on the Heisman committee. It's just somebody who has knowledge of the betting market. So
Sure.
he's seeing it move and he's connecting dots. Put it that way.
Interesting. Very interesting. All right, we'll keep talking about that. Maybe we'll do nickel or dime. Sorry, Paul. My bad. Didn't know
Hey,
that
Joe,
was gonna
copy paste for tomorrow. Whatever.
or next segment.
Let's go.
Next
What-
week.
what-
Yeah.
What best are
Post show meeting.
Uh,
Nickel or dime.
here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Sam, so what's the plan? Getting shortly after the show? It's the last trip to New York of the year. Not ever.
I got one more next week too.
One more next week. Okay.
One this week, one next week, and then I think one in early January, and then no more New York for hopefully 8 months.
Can't wait for the complaint. I mean, will we get a visit tomorrow from Jeff? I don't know. Without games this weekend.
Oh yeah, he'll be there. He loves doing it. He loves it. It's part of his routine.
Yep. You guys will maybe he won't be on the toilet during the show. You guys will have a few things to discuss.
I gotta see, actually. You know, it's funny you bring that up because we haven't made dinner plans yet. We got to go on another date tonight, me and him, because he wasn't there last week. No, he ditched me 2 weeks ago. Last week he flew in day of, and then he did the Sammy P plan where he flew in at 7 a.m. and then flew out at 7 p.m.
Right. Paul, we push back nickel or dime. Don't want to put these to waste. Let's play a little nickel or dime before we wrap up.
It's time for nickel or dime. Should you spend $500 or $1,000? Open up those wallets. We give you the answers on nickel or dime.
Paul, what you got?
I think my favorite part about this is I can't remember the last time we've done nickel or dime, and it's like Jake's thing, and Jake's not here, so he might never get to do it ever again. It's great.
I think it's very ironic that you want us to open our wallets. My wallet, I'm going to tattoo that thing shut in about a week.
Should we,
there ain't no
should
money
we do
coming out of that wallet.
Yeah.
Like I was
50 or
I was
100?
thinking about it. I'm like, you know what? You know what conversation is going to be fun when I go to the wife and say, "Hey, how about we chill out on the Amazon every day showing up? And it's Christmas time right now. Is this the time to have that conversation? Because the Amazon account is linked to my card. I mean, it's probably equal to the mortgage.
Every day there's something?
Every day. And I order some of it is me, I'll be honest. But yeah, there's
So this is all four people in the household sharing the Amazon account, basically.
Yeah, once in a while her mom will get something delivered. But that's just it. Once in a while. But yeah. Oh, I'm working. I don't have time to go to the store. I'll just do this and that. Yeah. It'll be here in a couple hours. Fine.
Started my Christmas shopping early, Amazon related. Yeah. Like it's funny. I was looking back at last year. There was one from 12/24/24. I was like, oh,
that's me.
Just in the nick of time. Yeah.
That was me before I got
Gambling
married.
man.
Yeah.
I still go like there's nothing quite like going to the store on the 22nd of December to see what they got.
Right.
You know, like
I've definitely done Christmas Day at Walgreens. Definitely.
Wow.
Christmas Day is crazy.
Yeah. I remember
on the way to grandma's.
Oh wow. December 23rd, like at the mall back in the day. Just knock them all out. I haven't been to a mall in a decade probably. It's a beautiful
My daughter goes. I'm like, are there people there? I haven't been there in like 20 years. She's like, yeah, there's people there. We went to Annie Ann's. Like, I'm like, oh wow.
I was gonna say Annie Ann's.
Sbarro, let's go.
Sbarro, a New York slice, as Michael Scott would say.
Right down the street from the Garden. I think it's still there. All right. So a couple nickel or dimes for you. Game you guys talked about. Would you go the nickel 500 on the Browns money line against the Bears at plus 330, or the dime on Bears playoffs at minus 200? Joe,
no way am I putting minus 200 on the Bears to make the playoffs. No chance. I think there's a decent shot that Detroit sneaks in. Probably going to come down to the last week. Yeah, we didn't mention Bears on teasers, so we think there's a chance. Nickel, Browns money line, plus 330. That would be hilarious. In a week where a lot of Bears fans are thinking, hey, that wasn't a bad loss at all against Green Bay. What if Cleveland walks in and Shador beats you? Then how you going to be feeling?
Now, is this 2 dimes to win a dime, or is this a dime to win like 500 on the Bears? Very important.
Dime to win 500.
Yeah, okay, that changes the calculus a little bit. I was thinking to win, so I was not going to risk 2,000 to win 1,000. Yeah, money's tight. I'm still going to go Browns either way.
Let's lose less. That's our approach.
Yeah.
All right. College football. I know you guys, I believe, are on Texas Tech, but that number I think is now 9. I think you guys got closer to 12, so let's just take that off the table. Would you consider the nickel 500 on Georgia to win the Natty? Shout out Gracie at plus 550, or the dime on Miami money line against the Aggies in the first round at plus 146. Sam,
I like them both, to be fair, and I really want you to win, Paul. Your Georgia ticket at what, 10 to 1 to win the title.
Yeah,
I'm pulling for you. Of the two, though, I'd rather bet Miami to beat A&M at plus 146.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I could go either one too. I'll roll with you, Sam, on that one. Let's go Miami money line. I'm not, but like, was it Nate that asked us who we like? I was just like, I don't. If you're like making a pick right now, is there much? There's not much separating all of these teams. That's not how I view it. So, like, you could say Indiana, Gerch, winless in the Big Ten, but I don't think there's much difference with these top 5 teams, probably. So, yeah, I'll go with you though. Miami money line.
All right, we'll go college hoops. 500 on UConn, already rounded into form to win the Natty at plus 1,100, or the dime on Arizona. They're actually only the second favorite in the Big 12. Iowa State is the favorite. I guess probably depending on where you look. Only looked at one shot, but the dime on Arizona win the Big 12 at plus 290 with the Wildcats rolling. Joe.
Yeah, this UConn thing looks strong. I'm wondering how short is this number going to be later on? Like, how is this the peak that we're going to get for quite some time? And then when you go Big 12, like, you're going to see Iowa State as the favorite, Zona second. It's really tight. Like Houston right there too. There's a lot of challengers there to that throne, and Arizona's done a really good job to get things going here, but. Yeah, this is the time to look at some of those conference futures. I'll go nickel. I'll go nickel on UConn at 11 to 1 because I only see that number heading in one direction.
Arizona's very, very good, but UConn, that's a bet that probably gets you to the Final Four. Elite 8 feels like a layup. At that point, you could do some stuff off of that bet at 11 to 1 on UConn. So I'll go again, nickel on UConn at plus 1,100.
You've done nothing in the championship market, correct, for college hoops?
Nothing. Not a single thing. Well, I have St. John's. I bet that at like 20 to 1, but that's not. I don't know that that's going to appreciate the way that I wanted it to. I haven't made any bets that I've made, and I'm like, oh, like this is. I'm really bullish on this.
All right, one more. Back to the NFL. My first thought was, man, that is a number's a little big on the Lions against the Rams. Plus 5.5. I believe it touched 6. But Lions money line versus the Rams at plus 220. Maybe there'll be a public dog. Or the dime on the Packers money line in Denver, minus 134. We'll put Dolphins off to the side because I know you guys think they could be live on Monday.
Probably the Packers. I like the Lions a lot. You guys have Lions stock now. Do you really think the Lions are going to beat the Rams? I just don't. I don't find myself burning 500 on that bet. So I'd by default go Packers to win minus 1,000 or minus 134 for 1,000.
Yeah, I don't think the Packers are winning that game. So on the road to Denver, Lions have a chance here. I don't look at that game, 5.5, 6-point favorites, and think that there's no chance that the Rams lose. We just saw them lose a couple of weeks ago. If Stafford were to throw a pick or two like he did in that game, absolutely. With the way the Lions' offense is rolling right now, I could see them winning a game that's going back and forth in a one possession game and it comes down to the very end, and then the Lions walk away with it, sure, I could get there. So I'm going to go nickel on that one, Lions money line.
And that was my thinking too. Like a total of 55.5. This could definitely just be team with the ball last wins.
Yep. For sure. Especially how they looked last week against Dallas. It was pretty strong.
All right. That's all I got. Shout out Jake.
All right. Good. Shout out Jake. Paul, while you're here, do you have anything for tonight for lightning bets or anything? Any ideas you want to throw out there? Okay.
No, I mean, I'll definitely be circling the Lions for sure. That'll probably make the card. What do we got? No, that's kind of it for now.
Yep.
Am I doing the Cardinals thing again? No, I think I'm good.
I'm going to do college basketball. Let's do Wisconsin plus 2.5 at BetMGM. This number opened overnight. Wisconsin was minus 2.5. Now Nebraska is minus 2.5. So a 5-point move, and I'm shoving it right back. Plus 2.5 on the Badgers on the road.
All right. I'm going to throw an NFL side out there that I know 100% I'm going to be on. Sam, I know you're going to. If you're not already, I'm going to be on the Bills. Like I'm not going to be taking New England in this spot. So I'll just throw it out there now. Like that's going to be one of my picks in every contest. We'll be on there. Let's see. It's one most spots. There are some 1.5. So there's also some picks. Market really hasn't settled. Some of the Vegas spots have pick. Superbook is at a pick. So I find that to be a little interesting. Some of the sharper books pick too. But yeah, I mean, I know I'm going to be there. So I'll throw Bills out there as well. All right. Is Jake back tomorrow? Or do we not know? Up in the air.
TBD.
We're all
day to day. We're all day to day, Joe.
Yes, we are.
Are we back tomorrow?
Right. Is KIV here? Who's here tomorrow?
Kenny White and TBD.
Kenny White.
Kelly's here Friday.
Yeah. Friday. Back to Friday. Okay. All right. Joe O, Sammy P. This has been Bet Sweats. Be back tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern, right here on the BetMGM Network.
Anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.